I have it wrong.
You should be on his way.
Okay.
Right. I'm going to be an admin for that chat. No.
He's about to come in. He's about to come in. No, I didn't do that. All right. All right.
Please be seated. All right, this is the 2 p.m. calendar for May the 11th. The court's orders for the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar, first day of the month, shall apply to all matters on this calendar. Do we have an interpreter on the line? Okay. Still trying?
Yeah, and we just move forward to the English matter.
All right. Let's start with Michael Montoya. Sir, step up behind the podium, please. And tell me your name and date of birth.
Michael Victor Montoya, 7/24/67.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on two cases. The first case is a new case charging you with 1 count of robbery, class 4 felony, 1 count of possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony, 1 count of endangerment, a class 6 felony, 1 count of theft, a class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of assault, a class 1 misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, and failure to obey a police officer, both class 1 misdemeanors. The court has found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a bond set. It's a cash-only bond of $50,000. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate any contact with any victim or witness. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30. On number 31 on the calendar, this is a probation violation matter. The court has once again appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $1,000. Once again, if you post the bond, other than the no victim contact, the release conditions are the same. Your next court date on this case is a probation revocation, possible disposition hearing on May the 19th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, Mr. Montoya?
I don't understand what I'm getting charged with. I didn't do nothing to nobody, nothing they were trying to tell me.
Well, I told you what your charges are, and I've told you where your bond is.
Yeah, I didn't steal nothing from nobody.
Okay, and that's something you can bring up with your attorney, but the court has found probable causes to those counts. You can step right over there, sir. Brandy Saba. Brandy Saba. Okay. Ma'am, please state your name
Brandy Saba,
and your date of birth.
9/21/91.
Ma'am, you're here on 2 cases. The new case charges you with possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a Class 6 felony. The court has found probable causes for those counts. The court has appointed the public defender to represent you. On this new case, you have a secured appearance bond in the amount of $750. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate any contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you must contact the probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30, with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Number 12 is a probation violation matter. On that case, once again, the public defender is appointed. On that case, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $250. Other than that, the release conditions are the same. Your next court date on this case is a revocation arraignment, possible disposition hearing on May the 19th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Step right over there. All right, we have an interpreter on the line.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Pomona Zimmer, court interpreter.
Thank you for appearing. All right, we're going to call Oscar Arenas Andrade.
Vamos a convocar a Oscar Arenas Andrade.
Sir, please state your name.
Oscar Andrade.
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre.
Oscar Javier Andrade Arenas.
And your date of birth.
Oscar Javier Andrade Arenas. ¿Y su fecha de nacimiento?
30 de enero de 1991.
January 30th, 1991.
You've been charged with driving under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Bueno, se le imputa de manejar bajo los efectos, ya sea de licores embriagantes. Es una falta de clase 1.
Also, driving with a blood alcohol level of above 0.08, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
También de manejar con un nivel de alcoholemia más allá de 8 centésimas de %, es una falta de clase 1.
And lastly, extreme DUI, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Y por último, manejar bajo los efectos de manera extrema es una falta de clase 1.
The court has found probable cause as to those counts.
El juez ha determinado que existe motivo fundado para esas imputaciones.
The court finds you are not indigent and not eligible for a public attorney.
El juez determina que usted tiene los medios para pagar, por lo tanto, no se le puede nombrar un abogado de oficio.
You are going to be released on your own recognizance.
Usted será puesto en libertad bajo palabra de honor.
You are not to initiate any contact with the arresting officers.
No puede iniciar contacto con los agentes que realizaron el arresto.
You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
No puede tener ningún medicamento sin receta válida.
You are not to drive without a valid driver's license.
No puede manejar sin una licencia de conducir válida.
And you're to continue to provide court or proof of your local address.
Y tiene que continuando proporcionando comprobante de su domicilio actual ante el tribunal.
Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing in the Buckeye Municipal Court on May the 21st at 1 p.m. Oh, excuse me. Strike that. Your next court date is an arraignment hearing on May the 27th at 2 p.m. in the Buckeye Municipal Court.
Su siguiente audiencia va a ser una instrucción de cargos que se va a celebrar en el Tribunal Municipal de Buckeye. Va a ser el 27 de mayo a las 2 de la tarde.
The court date will be on your paperwork the officer will hand you.
La fecha de la audiencia se va a encontrar en la documentación que la agente le va a proporcionar.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
Jose Sainz?
José Sainz.
Sir, please tell me your name.
José
Señor,
Oscar
por favor,
Sainz.
dígame su- José Oscar Sainz.
We're using an interpreter. Please wait until the interpreter is done interpreting before you answer the question.
Estamos usando una intérprete. Por favor, espere a que la intérprete termine de interpretar antes de responder.
Do you need an interpreter?
Sí.
¿Necesita un intérprete?
Sí.
Is your date of birth September 5th, 1967?
¿Su fecha de nacimiento es el 5 de septiembre del 67?
Sí.
Yes.
You're charged with 2 counts of discharging a firearm at a non-residential building, Class 2 felonies.
Se le imputa de disparar un arma de fuego a una instalación no residencial. Son delitos de clase 2.
2 counts of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, both Class 5 felonies.
2 imputaciones de huir de un vehículo de un agente del orden público. Ambas son delitos de clase 2.
1 count of disorderly conduct, a Class 6 felony.
Una imputación de conducta desordenada como un delito de clase 6.
1 count of criminal damage, a Class 6 felony.
Una imputación de daños a propiedad ajena en lo penal. Es un, pardon the interpreter, Your Honor, what kind of felony is that again?
Class 6 felony.
Es un delito de clase 6.
And lastly, 1 misdemeanor, driving under the influence of intoxicating liquor or drugs.
Y por último, manejar bajo los efectos como una falta de manejar, ya sea bajo la influencia de licores embriagantes o drogas.
I have found probable cause as to those charges.
He determinado que existe motivo fundado para las 2 imputaciones.
I have appointed the public defender to represent you.
Le nombra a un abogado para que lo represente.
Sí.
There's been a bond
Yes.
set as there's been a cash-only bond set in the amount of $100,000.
Se le ha fijado un bono caucional en efectivo de $100,000.
If you post the bond, you're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
Si usted paga esa fianza, se le ordena no regresar a la escena del supuesto delito.
You're not to initiate or have any contact whatsoever with any alleged victim.
No puede iniciar contacto ni tener nada de contacto para nada con las supuestas víctimas.
You're not to initiate any contact with the arresting officers.
No tiene que iniciar ningún contacto con los agentes del orden público.
You're not to possess any weapons.
No puede tener ninguna arma.
No drugs without a valid prescription.
No puede tener medicamentos sin receta válida.
No driving without a valid driver's license.
No puede manejar sin una licencia de conducir válida.
You're to continue to provide court or proof of your local address.
Tiene que continuar proporcionando comprobante de su domicilio al tribunal.
And you must submit to fingerprinting.
Y tiene que quedar sujeto a huellas dactilares.
Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court.
Su siguiente audiencia se va a celebrar el 16 de mayo a las 8:30 en el Tribunal Superior del Centro.
With a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30.
Con una audiencia preliminar posible que se va a celebrar el 20 de mayo a las 8:30.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta?
Nomás la primera de la corte. No le entendí bien cuál es la fecha.
Just the first one, in regards to the court hearing, what's the date?
May the 16th at 8:30.
16 de mayo a las 8:30.
All right, step over there, please.
Pase para allá, por favor.
Tristan Gutierrez.
Kristen Gutiérrez.
Sir, please state your name.
Señor, por favor, diga su nombre.
Tristan Yair Gutiérrez Lozoya.
Yair Gutiérrez Lozoya.
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 Sí, Lozoya.
Es Lozoya.
Es Lozoya por mi apellido.
Lozoya because of my last name.
And is your date of birth May 11th of 2004?
Su fecha de nacimiento es el 11 de mayo del 2004.
8 de mayo de 2004.
May 8th, 2004.
Okay. You've been charged with possessing a weapon by a prohibited possessor, a Class 4 felony.
Se le imputa de tenencia de un arma por medio de una persona que se le prohíbe tener armas. Es un delito de clase 4.
I have found probable cause as to that count.
He determinado que existe motivo fundado para esa imputación.
I have appointed the public defender to represent you.
Le he nombrado un abogado de oficio para que lo represente.
You are going to be released to pretrial services supervision.
Usted será puesto a libertad bajo la Agencia de Control de Procesados.
That is an agency that will help you get to court. You need to make sure you contact them immediately upon your release.
Esa es una agencia que le va a ayudar a que usted vaya a sus audiencias. Tiene que contactarse con ellos inmediatamente que lo pongan en libertad.
I'm going to go over some of your release conditions with you.
Voy a repasar algunas de sus medidas cautelares con usted.
You are not to initiate any contact with the arresting officers.
No puede iniciar contacto con los agentes que realizaron el arresto.
You are not to possess any weapons.
No puede tener ningún arma.
You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
No puede tener medicamentos sin receta válida.
You are not to drive without a valid driver's license.
No puede manejar sin una licencia de conducir válida.
You are to continue to provide court or proof of your local address.
Tiene que continuar proporcionando comprobantes de su domicilio actual al tribunal.
And you must submit to fingerprinting.
Y tiene que quedar sujeto a pruebas de huellas dactilares.
Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30.
Su siguiente audiencia va a ser una junta de actualización el 23 de mayo a las 8:30.
With a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th.
Una audiencia preliminar posible del 29 de mayo.
Make sure you contact pretrial services immediately upon your release and that you make your May 23rd court date, sir.
Asegúrese de comunicarse con la Agencia de Control de Procesados una vez que sea puesta en libertad y asegúrese de acudir a su audiencia del 23 de mayo.
¿23 de mayo?
Yeah.
¿On May 23rd?
Yeah. Yes.
Así es.
¿Será aquí mero? ¿Aquí donde?
Is it gonna be right here?
No, it'll be in downtown Phoenix. The address will be
No,
on
va
the
a ser
paperwork you'll be given.
No va a ser en el centro de Phoenix. El domicilio se va a encontrar en su documentación que se le va a proporcionar.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So you can step right over there.
Thank you, man. Have a good day.
El señor puede pasar para allá.
All right,
You like the interpreter?
yeah, I think we're done. If you want to ask if there anybody else needs an interpreter, that would be great.
Yes, of course, Your Honor. ¿Alguien más en la sala necesita los servicios de interpretación judicial en español?
No responses. Thank you very much for interpreting for us.
Of course, Your Honor. You're very welcome. The interpreter will be disconnected. Thank you.
Wait. What's your name? Name? Rafael. And what's your name? Rafael and Jose.
I'll see if I can get her back.
What was the name again? Rafael and Jose.
Rafael, what?
What's last name? Last name? We have Rafael Cruz.
They put his other last name
Rafael Gaona Cruz. ¿Usted necesita intérprete? Okay, espere entonces. Ay, caramba. All right. Should I go ahead and see if we could go forward with other ones while we're waiting?
Right.
Excellent, thank you.
Number 10 and what?
All right. Edgardo Dominguez Cortez. Your name, please,
Edgardo Francisco Dominguez Cortez,
and your date of birth.
April 7, 2000.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you have two cases, one of which is a warrant out of Santa Cruz County Superior Court for a probation violation, it looks like. On that case, the court has found you to be indigent. The court will appoint counsel at your next court date. Your next court date will be in arraignment on May the 14th at 8:30 in the Santa Cruz County Superior Court. On that case, there's a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $3,600. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription. You're to continue to provide court proof for your local address. On number 24 on the calendar, this is a municipal court warrant for driving on a suspended or canceled license. The court will appoint counsel at your next court date. On this case, there's a security appearance bond set in the amount of $350. Other than that, the release conditions are the same. On this case, your next court date is an arraignment on May the 21st at 1 p.m. in the Buckeye Municipal Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
It's because I wasn't driving.
This is an old warrant, sir. This is a warrant, I think, for failure to pay a fine. So this isn't a new charge. The Buckeye driving on a canceled license is an old warrant.
How?
Sir, they issued the warrant. That's the only information I have.
Oh yeah, it's because I've been here like 5 months and I asked for holds and everything, and as soon as I just paid my bond, it popped everything up.
Yeah, that sometimes happens, sir. But you'll need to step over there because I've given you all the information that I have. Thank you, sir. Michael Villanueva. Sir, please state your name
Michael Villanueva,
and your date of birth, sir.
1/27/1993.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Sir, you're here on a justice court warrant for driving on a suspended license, a Class 1 misdemeanor. The court's found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $500. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate any contact with any arresting officers, no driving without a valid driver's license, no drugs without a valid prescription. You're to continue to provide court proof for your local address. Your next court date on this will be an arraignment hearing on May the 14th at 8:30 in the Agua Fria Justice Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Step over there. Corema Resendez Ochoa. Please state your name
Coraima Resendiz Ochoa,
and your date of birth.
June 16, 1994.
All right, you've been charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault, Class 3 dangerous felonies, 1 count of burglary, a Class 3 felony, and 1 other count of assault as a Class 3 felony. The court has found probable causes to those counts. The court's found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $10,000. If you post the bond, you'd also be subject to pretrial services. I'm going to go over some of your release conditions with you. They'll all be in writing. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You'd have no contact with any victim or witness. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court or proof for your local address. You must submit to DNA and fingerprinting. Your next court date on this case will be a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court, with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Why not?
Okay. Yeah. Oh, so the available.
5 minutes, okay. Okay, that's fine. Diana Camargo. Please state your name
Diana Camargo,
and your date of birth.
January 31st, 85.
You've been charged with aggravated assault, it says class 2, this is class 3 felony, disorderly conduct, a class 1 misdemeanor. Court's found you to be indigent and ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $10,000. If bond is posted, you'd also be subject to pretrial services and electronic monitoring. I'm going to go over some of the release conditions with you. They'll all be in writing. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You're not to initiate any contact with the alleged victim whatsoever or respond to any contact from the alleged victim. You may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim, even if you are the owner or renter of the residence. If you have a common residence with any victim, one civil standby will be allowed with law enforcement to allow you to retrieve any essential belongings. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court or proof for your local address and submit to DNA and fingerprinting. Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30, with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Kelly Keeler. Good afternoon, sir. Please tell me your name.
Kelly Keeler, 12/18/1961.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're charged with theft of means of transportation, a class 3 felony. The court's found probable cause. At this point, the court is going to appoint the public defender. You're free to hire a different attorney if you'd like to. Your bond has been set as a cash bond of $1,000. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. Just one more time. I'll give you a chance to say something. And you're to continue to provide court proof for your local address. Your next court date will be May the 16th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Okay, sir, you had something more.
Your Honor, on just real quickly, I mean, I am a homeowner, and I got this vehicle from a valid, what I thought was a valid car lot, and I'm just asking if it would consider my own recognizance. I own my home. I've been there for 20 years. I don't have any failures to appear. If it would please consider an OR on this so I can go and try to.
So I looked at all of the release conditions. I actually set the bond on the lower end, actually lower, much lower than what the county attorney was recommending. And given your criminal history, I think $1,000 bond is about as low as we can go.
Yeah, I just need to get, I need obviously.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, sir, but I've set the bond, I think, is as low as the court feels is appropriate. So the officer will give you some paperwork. Good luck, sir.
Okay.
Michael Walters. Sir, please tell me your name
Michael Aaron Walters,
and your date of birth.
January 6, 1995.
All right, sir, you're here on 3 cases. The first is a 2022 probation violation matter. It's a Class 6 felony. The court's found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, it's a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $250. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no weapons, no drugs without a valid prescription, or no driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this will be a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May the 19th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Number 8 on the calendar is another probation violation matter for a Class 4 felony. Once again, the public defender is appointed to represent you. There's a secured appearance bond in this case also of $250. The release conditions are exactly the same, as is your, hold on, this is an arrest warrant, so it's not a probation violation, excuse me. The other one's a probation violation, but this is a new charge on arrest warrant for possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. So the public defender is appointed to represent you. The release conditions are the same, as including contacting your probation officer within 72 hours. Your court date, however, is slightly different since this is a new case. Your court date on this case is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30, with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30. Lastly, number 9 on the calendar is another probation violation matter for a Class 4 felony. Once again, $250 secured appearance bond. So you have a $250 appearance bond in each case, so total aggregate of $750. The release conditions are the same. Your court date is a revocation arraignment disposition hearing on May the 19th at 8:30. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Step right in.
The interpreter will be coming back on in 2 minutes.
That's fine. We'll do one more while we're waiting then. Florencia Avito Camo. Please state your name
Florencia Avite Camus,
and your date of birth.
September 8, 2001.
Are you here on a warrant out of the surprise municipal court on the charge of shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor? The court's found you to be indigent. Counsel will be appointed at the next court date. There's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $100. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. No driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on May the 20th at 1:30 in the afternoon in the Surprise Municipal Court. Do you have any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Step right over there. All right, Junior Alvarez. Sir, please tell me your name.
Junior Alvidres.
And your date of birth, sir.
September 9th, 1993.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a new municipal court case of threatening and intimidating with injury or damage. It's a Class 1 misdemeanor. At this point, the court does not have enough information to determine indigency. Let me just check one thing. Okay. Looks like you had an IA on another case earlier today. They just kind of added one charge.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, I'm giving you a nominal bond on this case in the amount of $100. That way you're getting credit for this case. Hopefully you can get the bonds consolidated. The release conditions are you're not to return to the scene of crime, no contact with any victim or witness, no drugs without a valid prescription or driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. If you do currently reside at the same location as any alleged victim, even if you're the owner or renter of the residence, you may not live there while this case is pending. One civil standby would be allowed to retrieve any personal belongings. Your next court date on this will be an arraignment hearing on May the 21st at 8:30 in the Goodyear Municipal Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, sir. As far as childcare goes, because obviously I'll be living somewhere else, would I be able to go back and forth to pick up my kids, to take them to school and take care of them while she goes to work? Because she works nights.
As long as you're not having contact with the alleged victim.
Okay.
I think, although you can't go back to the scene of the crime, so maybe if you could have some, oftentimes people do child custody situations like at a McDonald's or something like that.
Okay.
In a parking lot, that would be better. That way you're not returning to the scene of the alleged crime.
Okay. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good questions. Gabriel Zandon, or I don't know how. Sir, tell me your name.
Zayden Gabriel.
Oh, so Zayden's your first name?
Zayden is my first name.
All right. All right, sir, you're charged with 1 count of criminal damage, a class 6 felony, 2 counts of disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanors, 1 count of simple assault, a class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of failing to obey a police officer, class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of criminal damage, a class 1 misdemeanor, and an assault is a class 3 misdemeanor. The court's found probable cause as to those counts. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. On this case, you're going to be released to pretrial services. You'll need to contact them and follow their directions, but you won't have to post a bond in order to get out.
Will I be able to go home today?
Well, you'll be released probably later tonight or early tomorrow. I'd say probably late tonight or early tomorrow. But I'm going to go over your release conditions with you. You're not going to go back to the same location where this took place.
No, I go home.
Okay. But here are your release conditions. You're not to return to the scene of alleged crime, no contact with any of the victim or witness, no initiating contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. You to continue to provide court or proof of your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th. You'll be given an envelope about how to contact pretrial services. Contact them right when you get out. Make sure you make your court date on May 23rd.
Before I contact my parents?
Well, contact your parents.
And then, okay.
Yeah. All right. Step right over there, son.
Thank you, sir.
No problem. All right. Sorry about having to get you back, but after we got you off the line, 2 other people suddenly indicated they needed an interpreter.
No worries, Governor. I'm here. Happy to help.
Thank you very much. Jose Baltazar.
José Baltasar.
Sir, please tell me your name.
Señor, por favor, dígame su nombre.
José Luis Baltasar.
José Luis Baltasar.
Sí.
And your date of birth.
¿Y fecha de nacimiento?
8 de junio del 2000.
June 8th, 2000.
Sir, you've been charged with disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor.
Señor, se le imputa de conducta desordenada, es una falta de clase 1.
Also, assault is a class 1 misdemeanor.
También agresión como una falta de clase 1.
The court has appointed the public defender to represent you.
El juez le ha nombrado un abogado para que lo represente.
You are going to be released to pretrial services. You need to contact them and follow all of their directions.
Va a ser puesto en libertad bajo la Agencia de Control de Procesados. Tiene que comunicarse y seguir todas las instrucciones de ellos.
You are not to return to the scene of alleged crime.
No puede regresar a la escena del supuesto delito.
You may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim, even if you are the owner or renter of that property.
Usted no puede regresar a la escena del supuesto delito y usted no puede vivir en la misma residencia donde vive la víctima, aun cuando usted sea el propietario o el arrendador de esa propiedad.
If you have a common residence, you would have to contact the police for 1 civil standby to retrieve any of your personal belongings.
Si tienen una residencia en común, usted puede contactar a los agentes del orden público solamente para que lo acompañen solamente una vez para que vaya a recoger sus pertenencias esenciales.
No contact with the victim includes not responding to any contact the victim may have with you.
No tener contacto con la víctima también incluye no responder a ningún contacto que la víctima le pueda hacer a usted.
You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license.
No puede tener ningún medicamento sin receta válida ni tampoco puede conducir sin una licencia de conducir válida.
You to continue to reside at an address you provide the court.
Y tiene que continuar comprobante de su domicilio actual con el tribunal.
Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing in the West Mesa Justice Court on May 27th at 8:30.
Su siguiente audiencia va a ser una instrucción de cargos en el Tribunal de Paz de West Mesa. Va a ser el 27 de mayo a las 8:30.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
Pues nunca agredía a la víctima. Fue mi hermano, nomás discutimos. Pero no.
Momento. I never hurt the victim. I just spit.
And that's, I'm not making any determination about that. But, while this case is pending, you'd have no contact with the alleged victim.
Your Honor, you started cutting off a bit. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat that again?
Yeah. I'm not making any other determination about what you did to the alleged victim. I'm just telling you, while this case is pending, no contact with the alleged victim.
Yo no estoy haciendo ninguna determinación sobre su causa en estos momentos. Solamente le estoy indicando que no puede tener contacto con la supuesta víctima.
Okay, está bien.
All right, the officer will give you
that's
some
fine.
paperwork.
La gente le va a dar su documentación.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
We have one more. We're just doing one quick thing.
Okay, of course.
All right, Rafael Cruz.
Rafael Cruz.
Sir, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Señor, por favor, dígame su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento.
Rafael Gaona Cruz, 1 de noviembre de 1990.
Rafael Guiona Cruz, November 1st, 1990.
You've been charged with one count of unlawful flight from a law enforcement vehicle, a Class 5 felony.
A usted se le imputa de huir ilícitamente de de un agente del orden público. Es un delito de clase 5.
Based upon the limited information I have, I could not find probable cause as to that count.
Basado en la información limitada que tengo, no encontré motivo fundado para esa imputación.
That does not mean the case is going to go away.
Eso no significa que el caso va a desaparecer.
But you are going to be released on your own recognizance.
Pero sí va a ser puesto en libertad bajo palabra de honor.
You're not to initiate any contact with any arresting officers.
No puede iniciar contacto con los agentes que realizaron el arresto.
You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license.
No puede tener ningún medicamento sin receta válida y no puede conducir sin licencia de conducir válida.
You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address.
Tiene que continuar proporcionando comprobante al tribunal de su domicilio actual.
Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd in the Downtown Superior Court.
Su siguiente audiencia va a ser una junta de actualización que se va a celebrar el 23 de mayo en el Tribunal Superior del Centro.
With a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th.
Con una audiencia preliminar posible del 29 de mayo.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene usted alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
All right. Thank you.
Bueno,
All right.
gracias.
You want to ask one more time if there's anybody else needs an interpreter?
Of course, Your Honor, no problem. ¿Alguien más en la sala necesita los servicios de interpretación judicial en español?
All right. We've given them plenty of time now, and no, hold on. We have a taker.
All right, sounds good. What's the name?
Well, hold on, I need to get back on the calendar. Sir, please tell me your name.
Señor, por favor, dígame su nombre.
Oscar David Guevara Gagiola.
I'm sorry, he needs to speak a little slower. Oscar David, ¿qué?
Guevara Gagiola.
Oscar David Guevara Caxiola.
All right, it's number 27 on our calendar. Sir, you've been charged with, first of all, is your date of birth November 8th of 1993?
Señor, primero que nada, ¿su fecha de nacimiento es el 8 de noviembre del 93?
Sí.
Yes.
You're charged with possessing a weapon by a prohibited possessor, a class 4 felony.
Se le imputa de tenerse un arma por medio de una persona que se le prohíbe tener armas. Es un delito de clase 4.
And discharging a firearm in the city limits, a class 6 felony.
Disparar un arma de fuego en los límites de la ciudad es un delito de clase 6.
I have found you to be indigent and appointed the legal defender's office to represent you.
Determino que no tiene los medios para pagar y le nombra a un abogado para que lo represente.
I am going to release you to pretrial services. You'll need to keep in contact with them and follow their directions.
Va a ser puesto en libertad bajo la Agencia de Control de Procesados. Tiene que comunicarse con ellos y seguir sus instrucciones.
You are not to initiate any contact with any arresting officers.
No puede iniciar contacto con los agentes que realizaron el arresto.
You're not to possess any weapons.
No puede tener ningún arma.
You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license.
No puede tener ningún medicamento sin receta válida ni manejar sin licencia de conducir válida.
And you're to continue to provide court proof of your local address.
Y tiene que continuar proporcionando comprobante de su domicilio actual ante el tribunal.
Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30.
Siguiente audiencia va a ser una junta de actualización del 23 de mayo a las 8:30.
With a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th.
Una audiencia preliminar posible del 29 de mayo.
Sir, make sure you contact pretrial services when you get out and make sure you make your court date on May 23rd.
Señor, asegúrese de contactarse con la Agencia de Control de Procesados una vez que salga y vaya a su audiencia el 23 de mayo.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
All right. You can step over there.
¿Y puede
All
pasar
right.
por allá?
Now, madam, we are done with the interpreter. I very much appreciate your help this afternoon.
Of course, Your Honor. You're very welcome. Have a good one. Interpreter will be disconnecting. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to do a quick DUI search warrant. So we'll go off the record for just a moment. Hi, is this Officer Trooper Johnson? Hello? Is this Officer Johnson or Deputy Johnson? Hi, are you ready to be sworn in on your warrant? All right, do you swear affirm the information contained in the search warrant affidavit is true and correct to the best of your personal knowledge and information and belief? All right, we'll grant the warrant. Good luck, sir. Okay. Alrighty. Come on, man. Muhamsa Katakanya.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. Please tell me your name and date of birth.
Mahomza Katakenya Moses, December 4th, 1967.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you've been charged with, let me just check something real fast. All right. This is a Superior Court warrant on the charge of aggravated assault, Class 3 felony, and unlawful discharge of Class 6 felony. This happened back in 2024. Sir, based upon the totality of the circumstances, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. It'll be very stupid for you to fail to appear. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to go over some of your release conditions with you. You're not to issue contact with any alleged victim. You're not to have any contact with any witness or victim. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof for your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th at 8:30. But the court date you need to worry about is May the 23rd in the Downtown Superior Court.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions, sir?
Yes. I got injured on the job, so I reside in California, but I can't come for the court dates. I wanted to put that on the record, Your Honor.
Well, in order to do that, I have to put that in the release order. All right, you may travel to California as long as you're back here by May the 23rd, your court date.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll have to reprint the release order. All right, did you get the modified release order?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So if you want to have a seat right there, the officer will give you the paperwork in just a minute.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ulysses Sore, the fourth, maybe. Sir, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Ulysses Sore, May 3rd, 94.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a Justice Court warrant from the Kyrene Justice Court on the charge of having an open container of alcohol in a vehicle. It's a Class 2 misdemeanor. Based upon the nature of the charges, you're not entitled to an attorney. They were recommending a $50 bond, which I think is just kind of unnecessary. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. If you fail to appear at your next court date, you're going to be held in custody on a much higher bond. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your next court date will be May the 28th at 9:30 in the Kyrene Justice Court for an arraignment. Do you have any questions, sir?
Yes, just one. The 28th, what day is that?
I'm not sure. That is a Wednesday.
Okay.
They only do arraignments on certain days, sir.
No, and that's okay.
Make that court date.
Yes, sir.
All right, May 28th at 9:30. Step over there, sir, and the officer will leave the paperwork. Yair Guzman. Sir, your name, please.
Yair Guzman, Lozan,
And your date of birth.
11/8/2001.
You've been charged with prohibited possessor of a firearm, Class 4 felony, possessing narcotic drugs, Class 4 felony, carrying a deadly weapon and failing to admit that when asked by the police, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and having an open container of alcohol in a vehicle, a Class 2 misdemeanor. At this point, I find that you are not indigent, you're not entitled to a public lawyer, you're free to hire your own attorney. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, you're not to possess any weapons, you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to reside at an address you provide the court. Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th. But the court date you need to worry about next is May the 23rd. Do you have any questions, sir?
Can you repeat the court dates again, please?
May 23rd at 8:30.
Okay.
The other court date, you'll be talking about that with your attorney if you have one on May the 23rd. So just May 23rd is the date you really need to worry about.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. Eduardo Inda. Sir, step up to the podium, please, and tell me your name and date of birth.
Eduardo Enda, October 11, 2002.
Sir, you're charged with criminal damage, a Class 1 misdemeanor. At this point, I don't have enough information to determine indigency. The court may appoint counsel for you your next court date. You're going to be released on your own recognizance. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You may not reside at the same location as any alleged victim, even if you're the owner or renter of the property. If this is a common residence with any victim, one civil standby is allowed to retrieve any personal property. No contact whatsoever with any alleged victim or witness. No initiating contact with the arresting officers. No possessing drugs without a valid prescription or driving without a valid driver's license. You to continue to provide court proof for your local address. Your next court date will be an arraignment hearing on May the 28th at 1 p.m. in the Goodyear Municipal Court. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, just transportation. Is that able to get accommodated, or would I have to get my own way there?
You gotta get your own way there. The court
Okay.
doesn't provide transportation.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Step over there. Kalan Stringfield. Good afternoon, sir. Tell me your name and date of birth.
Kalan Stringfield, June 8th, 1985.
So you're charged with criminal damage, a Class 5 felony. The court has found you to be indigent and appointed the public defender to represent you. I'm going to release you to pretrial services. You need to follow the directions. You don't have to post a bond or anything. Just contact them. They'll help you make your court date. Just check in with them.
Okay.
I'm going to go over some of your release conditions with you. They'll all be in writing. You're not to return to the scene of this crime. No contact at this time with the alleged victim or any witness. No initiating contact with any arresting officers. No drugs without a valid prescription or driving without a valid driver's license. You must continue to provide court proof for your local address.
Could you repeat that last part?
You must continue to provide court proof of your local address.
Okay.
All right, your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th. But the court date you really need to worry about is May the 23rd. And you must contact pretrial services when you get out. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Step right over there. Anthony Crank. Sir, tell me your name, please.
Anthony Crank.
And your date of birth.
03/22/1988.
Sir, you're charged with unlawful use of means of transportation by being a passenger in a stolen vehicle. It's a Class 5 felony. I found probable cause. I've appointed the legal defender to represent you. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. No driving without a valid prescription. No driving without a valid driver's license. No drugs without a valid prescription. You're to continue to provide court proof for your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th. The date you need to worry about is May the 23rd. Do you have any questions, sir?
Not at this time.
All right, thank you, sir. Step right over there.
Thank you.
Lawrence Walker. Sir, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Lawrence Walker, November 9, 76.
All right. Sir, you've been charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I found probable cause on the possession of drug paraphernalia only. I have found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. You are going to be released to pretrial services. You just make sure you keep in contact with them and follow their directions.
Yes, sir.
You're not to initiate any contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court or proof for your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th. Make sure you contact pretrial services and make your court date on May 23rd.
Yes,
Any
sir.
questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, do we have the medical dude?
I think they're having issues trying to connect.
Just the one. All right, let me do another DUI warrant.
Jacqueline's gonna contact him again.
Okay. Hi, Officer Commissioner Hughes, Manny Court. Are you ready to be sworn in anymore? Do you swear from the official opinion the warrant affidavit is true and correct about your personal knowledge and information you believe? All right, we'll grab the one closer. All right, let me go on the record on the house call. All right, we have one house called Damian Vargas. The court's inclination at this point is pretrial services. If the court changes its inclination, the court will come back on the record and so note. We're waiting, there's somebody in medical at LBJ apparently that was going to try to IA roll. Oh, okay. We're not trying to ignore you. No, you're good, Your Honor. How about if they have him? I'll go through the house call real fast and then I'll come back here. That way we get that one done. All right, let's go do the house call.
Or whatever works best. I don't know if they're still trying to get, oh my god, 14, oh, yes. Okay, alright, it looks like the LBJ individual is logging in, but I'll wait for you to come back to the house.
All right, I'll do it quickly.
Okay. No changes?
No changes.
Any court? Yeah, I tried letting you in and it said that it failed. You're on the tablets and the OBJ person, correct? Yes, so we tried admitting you, but it said that it failed on our end. Yes. So try to get out of it again and then log back in. Oh, okay, I'll just transfer you to the website. Right. Okay, they're gonna be doing telephone, they'll transfer him.
Hello? Okay, thanks. Thank you. Yes, please. Yes, are you Anthony Pipes? All right. Sir, all right, sir, you've been charged with criminal, yes, you've been charged with criminal trespass, a class 3 felony. You're going to be released on your own recognizance. Your next court date is May the 29th at 9 a.m. in the Peoria Municipal Court. All right? That's good. It'll take a while. I don't know if you have any other holds, but on this case, you're released. Your next court date, May 29th at 9 a.m. Peoria Municipal Court. All right, that's it, sir. Sir, it takes a little while to get released. I've given you your IA. That's it. You can't. No, I can't give you any Gatorades or aspirin. That can exclude your IA. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're good. All right. Please be seated. All right, this is the 5 p.m. calendar for May the 11th. The court's orders regarding the taking of DNA and fingerprints that were given on the first calendar of the month remained applied to all matters on this calendar. We're going to proceed in the following manner. We'll call 2 people at a time. The first person will come on and stand up at the podium. The second person will sit in the chair by the door. The first person we're going to see this afternoon is Carlos Pagan. He'll be followed by Bruce Nguyen. Sir, please stand at the podium and tell me your name and date of birth.
Carlos Pagan, 10/01/1989.
Thank you, sir. So you're here on a failure to appear warrant out of the North Mesa Justice Court. The court finds you indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender pursuant to Rule 6.1B1C for the limited representation regarding the bond issue. Bond has been set in the amount of $300. It's a secured appearance bond. Yes.
I have 2 jobs and I support 3 little ones. I pay $500 a month for child support. I just got a job where I can take my own, like I can make my own schedule. So I just got warned for something on the other side that I'm going to be setting court date for. Is there any way, because I don't want to miss my second job. My first job's during the week. My second job's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I work at Home Depot and Shift Smart.
Yeah, they issued this warrant because you weren't making the payments that you were ordered to pay. The Justice Court asked for a bond of $500. I set it at $300, which is really as low as I can go, sir. So, I mean, the secured appearance bond, I set lower than what the Justice Court was asking for. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers, you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to reside at an address you provide the court. Your next court date will be in 3 days on March the 14th at 1 p.m. for an arraignment hearing in the North Mesa Justice Court.
So I have to stay in for the 3 days?
Unless you post a $300 bond, which, like I said, is less, almost half of what the court was asking for. All right, the officer will give you the paperwork, sir.
Okay.
Bruce Nguyen, followed by Isaiah Larson. Sir, please step up to the podium and tell me your name and date of birth.
Bruce Nguyen, October 26, 1994.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir, you have 2 cases. The first looks like it's some type of task washout in the 2024 matter. The public defender's already been appointed to represent you. There's a secured appearance bond that was set by the court of $500. So that $500 secured appearance bond is affirmed. If you post that bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide an address to the court. Your next court date on this case is a status conference post-warrant on May the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. In the 2025 matter, you're charged with possession of dangerous drugs and possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 4 and a Class 6 felony. This was a Superior Court arrest warrant, so probable cause was found when the warrant was issued. The public defender is appointed to represent you. On this case, you're not entitled to a bond because you're on felony release for the other matter when this occurred. So on this case, you're going to be held without bond until your next court date. Your next court date on this will be a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30. There's an evidentiary hearing to determine whether or not you should continue to be held without bond on May the 19th, and the preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30, all in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
All right, you can step right over there, sir. Thank you. Isaiah Larson will be followed by Joshua Riley. Sir, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Isaiah Larson, 01/31/1999.
Thank you, sir. So you're here on 3 cases. The first, number 17 on the calendar, it's an out-of-county warrant from the Flagstaff Justice Court on the charges of resisting arrest, a Class 6 felony, shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and obstructing a highway or public thoroughfare, a Class 2 misdemeanor. At this point, I don't have enough information to determine innocency on this case.
I think there's.
So, go ahead.
Last I knew, I'm just waiting on the paperwork.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, there's a secured appearance bond that's been set in the amount of $5,000. If you post the bond, you're not to issue contact with any arresting officers, you're not to possess any weapons, you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide an address to the court, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case is an arraignment hearing on May the 14th at 8:30 in the Flagstaff Justice Court.
May 13th.
On number 18, this is a new case of possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony. The court has found probable cause as to that count. The court has appointed the public defender in this case. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. The release conditions are the same. Your court date on this case is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 with a preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30, both in the downtown Superior Court. Lastly, number 20 on the calendar, it's a probation violation matter for a Class 6 felony. Once again, the public defender is appointed. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond of $500. The other release conditions are the same. Your court date on this case is a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May the 19th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions about these 3 cases, sir?
What's the total bond? I'm confused.
Let's see, 500. The most serious one is the Flagstaff Justice Court at $5,000. So altogether, that's a secured appearance bond in all 3 cases totaling $6,000.
Secured?
Yes. So you can go through a bonding company. It's not a cash-only bond.
Oh, okay.
All right. Step over there, sir. The officer needs to pay for it. Mr. Riley, Joshua Riley will be followed by Christopher Anker. Sir, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Joshua James Riley,
And your date of birth.
March 19, 1998.
Thank you, sir. So you're here on 5 separate cases, the first of which, number 1 on the calendar, is a new charge, charging you with possession of dangerous drugs, possession of narcotic drugs, Class 4 felonies, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. The court has found probable cause as to those counts. The court's found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $750. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate any contact with the arresting officers, you're not to possess any weapons, you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. You must submit to fingerprinting, and you must contact the probation officer within 72 hours. Your next court date on this case, the new case, is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 with a preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Number 27 is a probation violation for a Class 6 felony. Once again, the public defender is appointed. On this case, a secured appearance bond of $100. Other than that, the release conditions are the same. Your next court date on this is probation revocation disposition hearing on May the 19th at 8:30. Number 29, it's another probation violation for a Class 4 felony. Once again, the release conditions are the same. Once again, the secured appearance bond on this case is $100, and the court date is May the 19th. Number 30 on the calendar is another probation violation matter for a Class 4 felony. The public defender is again appointed. The release conditions are the same as far as the secured appearance bond of $100. Your court date is once again May the 19th. Lastly, number 31 is another probation violation for a Class 2 felony. The release conditions are the same as is the public defender being appointed. So the secured appearance bond of $100. Your court date is May the 19th at 8:30. Do you have any questions about these 5 cases, sir?
Yeah, so am I having, I have to be seen for all of them, or?
Yeah,
I don't get where the class 2 felony and all the other ones are coming from.
those are just the 4 cases you're on probation for. So they're all probation violations. You have court dates of May the 19th on all 4 of those. You have a court date of, I believe it was May the 16th. Yeah, May the 16th for your new case. Do you have any other questions, sir?
No.
All right, step right over there, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Anchor will be followed by Alexander Lagazzo. Sir, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Chris Anchor, June 30th, 1988.
Thank you, sir. So you're here on 2 cases. First, number 22, is a new case charging you with possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony, criminal damage, a class 6 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. The court found probable cause on the criminal damage and the possession of drug paraphernalia. At this point, the court does not find you to be indigent on this case, given your income. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $1,500. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate any contact with any victim or witness. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officer. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 with a preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. Number 23 is a probation violation case. On that case, the court once again finds you not to be indigent. There's a secured appearance bond in that case of $100. Other than that, the release conditions are the same, other than there's no victim in this case. Your next court date on this case is a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May the 19th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions about these 2 cases?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lagazzo will be followed by Jacob Aiken. Sir, please tell me your name.
Alexander Lagazzo, 04/27/2004.
Thank you, sir. You're here on
Yes,
3
sir.
cases, the first of which is a new case charging you with being a prohibited possessor of a firearm. It's a class 4 felony. The court has found probable causes to that count. The court has found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $2,500. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any weapons. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. Number 33 is a probation violation matter. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $2,500. Once again, the public defender is appointed. The release conditions are the same. Your court date is a probation revocation possible disposition hearing on May the 19th at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court. Number 34 is another probation violation matter. Once again, the public defender is appointed. Once again, there's a secured appearance bond of $250. The release conditions are the same as is your court date of May the 19th at 8:30. Do you have any questions about these 3 cases, sir?
How much is the bond altogether?
Altogether, totaling on the 3 cases, it is $3,000 of secured appearance bond.
Okay.
Okay, sir, step right over there. All right, Mr. Aiken, Jacob Aiken, will be followed by James Thompson. Sir, state your name, please.
Jacob Aiken, 11/5/99.
Thank you. Sir, you've been charged with 1 count of making a false terrorism report, a class 3 felony, 1 count of threatening a public inconvenience, class 1 misdemeanor, 1 count of disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor, and 1 count of false reporting to a law enforcement officer, class 1 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause as to those charges. The court has found you to be indigent and ordered appointing the public defender. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $7,500. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court with proof of your local address. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Step right over there. James Thompson will be followed by Derek Costanzo. Sir, please tell me your name.
James Thompson, 32078.
Thank you, sir. So you're here on a new case charging you with aggravated assault, a Class 5 felony, resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor, and refusing to give a true name, a Class 2 misdemeanor. The court has found probable cause as to those counts. The court has found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $10,000. If you post the bond, you're not to return to the scene of alleged crime. You're not to initiate contact with any victim or witness. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officer. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court with proof of your local address. Your next court date is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30. Do you have any questions, sir?
So you said the bond is 10,000?
It is.
And how much is that? 10% or the whole 10%?
If you go through a bonding company, yes, it's a secured appearance bond, so you are eligible to go through a bonding company and pay 10% to them and put up some type of collateral. But it's not a cash-only bond, it's a secured appearance bond. All right, you can step right over there, sir. Derek Costanzo will be followed by Daniel Curiel. Sir, your name, please?
Derek Costanzo, 10/28/2005.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on a Superior Court bench warrant on the charge of theft of means of transportation, a Class 3 felony. The legal advocate's already been appointed to represent you on this case. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, or driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date on this case is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30. Do you have any questions about this case, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, Derek Costanzo would follow. Oh, that was Derek Costanzo. Daniel Curiel. He'll be followed by Johnny Knight. Sir, your name, please.
Daniel Antonio Curiel.
And your date of birth.
08/27/91.
All right, sir, you're here on a Superior Court warrant on the charges of possessing drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and shoplifting, a Class 1 misdemeanor. The public defender's been appointed to represent you. On this case, there's a secured appearance bond in the amount of $500. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, you're not to possess any weapons, you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address, and you're to contact your probation officer within 72 hours of your release. Your next court date on this is a probation and revocation arraignment hearing, possible disposition hearing on May the 19th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. Do you have any questions about this case, sir?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step right over there. Johnny Knight will be followed by Jason Jasikoyak, Christian Jasikoyak. Sir, your name?
Johnny Dalton Knight.
And your date of birth, sir?
January 5th, 1994.
All right, so you're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault, domestic violence, impeding breathing. It's a Class 4 felony. The court finds you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, there's been a secured appearance bond set in the amount of $7,500. If you post the bond, you're also subject to pretrial services with electronic monitoring. The electronic monitoring to be installed before your release. I'm going to go over some of your release conditions with you, sir. You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime. You have no contact with the alleged victim, no contact with any alleged witness or complainant. You're not to initiate contact with the arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. And you must submit to DNA testing for law enforcement identification purposes. Your next court date on this is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30. And I think I mentioned the public defender is appointed. I did find probable cause. Do you have any questions about this case, sir?
No, sir.
All right, step right over there. Thank you, sir. All right, Christian Jess Cowan. Christian. Next up would be Miguel Orozco. Ma'am, step up to the podium, please, and tell me your name and date of birth.
Kristen Skubiak, 5/18/87.
Ma'am, you've been charged with possessing dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony. Excuse me, 2 counts possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony. 2 counts possessing drug paraphernalia. The court found probable cause on 1 count of possessing dangerous drugs and the 2 counts of drug paraphernalia. The court has found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. On this case, you're going to be released to pretrial services, which means you'll need to contact them and keep in contact with them. They'll help you try to make your court dates, but you need to keep in contact with them, but you won't have to post any type of bond.
Okay.
You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date is a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th at 8:30. The court date you need to worry about is May the 23rd, and you need to make sure you contact pretrial services. Do you understand that?
Okay.
All right, the officer will give you some paperwork. And the information on how to contact pretrial services will be in an envelope that he'll give you.
Thank you.
All right, Miguel Orozco, followed by Tanner Fortin. Sir, step up to the podium, please, and tell me your name and date of birth.
Good morning. Good afternoon. It's Miguel Orozco, 7/24/2002.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're charged with aggravated assault, class 4 felony, and resisting arrest, a class 6 felony.
Yes, sir.
The court's found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you. The court has found probable cause on those counts. You're going to be released to pretrial services, which means you'll be released. You just need to keep in contact with pretrial services and follow their directions.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to go over some of your release conditions. You're not to initiate contact with any victim or witness. You're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date is May the 23rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th. Make sure you contact pretrial services. The information will be in an envelope. Make sure you make your court date on May the 23rd. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, sir. No, I appreciate you. Thank you. I'll make it a court.
All right, Mr. Fortin will be followed by Javon Keene. Sir, please step up to the podium and tell me your name and date of birth.
Tanner Fortin, in August 17th, 1993.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're charged with possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. I have found probable cause as to those counts. I have found you to be indigent. It's ordered appointing the public defender to represent you.
I was gonna, sorry, I was gonna see if I could be on, like, pretrial services.
I'm gonna release you on your own recognizance.
Oh, that's fine. All right.
You should be happy with that.
Yeah, sorry.
You're released on your own recognizance. You're not to initiate any contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. You must submit to fingerprinting at the arresting police agency. Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th. Make sure you're in court on May the 23rd. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, the officer gives you some paperwork with the court date on it. Mr. Keene will be followed by Corey Crawford. Good afternoon, sir. Your name and date of birth.
Javon Keene, September 8th, 2003.
All right, sir, you're charged with theft, controlling stolen property. It's a Class 6 felony. I've found probable cause. I've appointed the public defender, having found you to be indigent. I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You're not to initiate any contact with any arresting officers. You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date is a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 in the Downtown Superior Court with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th. Just make sure you're in court on May 23rd. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
That? All right, step over there, sir. Mr. Crawford. Sir, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Corey Crawford, 9/13/88.
All right, sir, you're charged with failing to appear on in Superior Court. Looks like it was on a task washout.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I had just got picked up on a probation warrant right around the same time, and I was in jail. I didn't even know I had a warrant.
Well, sir, you need to keep in contact with the court and everything else. But given the nature of the case, I'm going to release you to pretrial services. So you need to make sure you keep in contact with pretrial services and follow their directions, but you won't have to post a bond in order to get out.
Okay.
All right, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. Continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th. But the court date you need to make sure you're out is May 23rd at 8:30, and make sure you contact pretrial services when you get out.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions?
Nope.
All right, step right over there, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to use language lines for all of these. Already? Oh, you guys are good. All right. Do we have an interpreter on the line?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Eduardo Reales. All right, and then when I speak again, that's when I want you to start interpreting, sir.
Okay.
All right, now you can start interpreting. Sir, please tell me your name.
Eduardo Rios.
Hold on, interpreter, 1 second. Sir, do you need an interpreter?
Oh, no.
All right. Have a seat. I'm going to do the interpreter matters first then. If you're telling me you don't need an interpreter, have a seat. Miguel Arcovilla. All right, let's try this again with the interpreter. Sir, do you need a Spanish interpreter? If you can interpret that, please.
¿Usted necesita un intérprete en español?
Sí.
All right. Speak up loud, more. All right. Sir, tell me your name.
¿Y cuál es su nombre?
Miguel Arcubilla.
Miguel Arcubilla.
And is your date of birth November 21st of 1998?
Su fecha de nacimiento es el 21 de noviembre de 1998.
Sí.
Yes.
You're charged with 1 count of driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
Bueno, se le acusa de un cargo de conducir bajo la influencia del alcohol y de la droga, delito menor de clase 1.
And 1 count of failing to show a driver's license, a Class 2 misdemeanor.
Bueno, un cargo por no mostrar una licencia de conducir, delito menor de clase 2.
I have found probable cause as to those charges.
He encontrado causa probable a esos cargos.
I have appointed the public defender's office to represent you.
Tengo el punto de la Defensoría Pública para representarlo.
You are going to be released on your own recognizance.
Usted será puesto en libertad bajo su propia responsabilidad.
You are not to drive a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license.
No debe conducir un vehículo motorizado sin una licencia de conducir válida.
You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
No debe consumir ningún medicamento sin una receta médica válida.
And you're to continue to provide court with proof of your local address.
Y debe de continuar proporcionando a la tribunal un comprobante de su dirección local.
Your next court date is an arraignment hearing on May the 30th at 10 a.m. in the Moon Valley Justice Court.
Y bueno, su próxima audiencia de lectura de cargos en la tribunal será el 30 de mayo a las 10 a.m. en el Tribunal de Justicia de Moon Valley.
Do you have any questions, sir?
¿Usted tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
Okay. You can step over there, sir.
Y pase por allí.
Yo, Wendy Martinez. Sir, state your name, please.
Dígame su nombre, por favor.
Yo, Lacey Piñón Martínez.
Yo le hice Piñón Martínez.
Is your date of birth February 1st of 1981?
Su fecha de nacimiento es el 1 de febrero de 1981.
Sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
You are charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault class 3 felonies.
Se le acusa de 2 cargos de agresión agravada, delito grave de clase 3.
I have found probable cause as to those charges.
He encontrado causa probable en cuanto a esos cargos.
I have appointed the public defender to represent you.
Y tengo el punto en defensor público para que lo represente.
In your case, there's a cash-only bond of $75,000.
En su caso, hay una fianza solo en efectivo de $75,000.
If you post the bond, you're not to return in the scene of the alleged crime.
Y si usted paga su fianza, no es tan retornado y engancharse en el crimen.
You have no contact whatsoever with any victim or witness.
Y no debe tener ningún contacto con la víctima o el testigo.
You're not to possess any weapons.
No poseer ninguna arma.
You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription or drive without a valid driver's license.
Y no debe poseer ninguna droga sin receta médica válida o conducir sin una licencia de conducir válida.
Your next court date is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court.
Y su próxima cita judicial es una conferencia de Estado el 16 de mayo a las 8:30 en el centro de la Tribunal Superior.
With a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th.
Posible audiencia preliminar el 20 de mayo.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No, yo.
Okay, thank you, sir. Step over here.
Sí, gracias. Pase por ahí.
Celestino Arcavilla. Sir, state your name, please.
¿Cuál es su nombre, por favor?
Celestino Arcubilla.
Celestino Arcubilla.
And your date of birth, please.
¿Y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
El 27 de julio de 2000.
July 17, 2000.
All right. You're charged with possessing dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony.
Está acusado de posesión de droga peligrosa, delito grave de clase 4.
And having an open container of alcohol in a vehicle, a class 2 misdemeanor.
Bueno, y tener un recipiente abierto de alcohol en el vehículo, siendo una clase de delito menor, clase 2.
The court has found probable cause as to those counts.
El tribunal ha encontrado causa probable para esos cargos.
I have appointed the public defender to represent you.
Ha apuntado al defensor público para que lo represente.
You are going to be released on your own recognizance.
Será puesto en libertad bajo su propia responsabilidad.
You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
No debe poseer ninguna droga sin una receta médica válida.
You're not to drive without a valid driver's license.
No debe conducir sin una licencia de conducir válida.
And you to continue to provide court proof of your local address.
Y debe continuar proporcionando su dirección a la tribunal de su dirección local.
Your next court date is a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court.
Su próxima cita judicial es una conferencia del Estado del 23 de mayo a las 8:30 en el Tribunal Superior del Centro de la ciudad.
With a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th.
Con una posible audiencia preliminar el 29 de mayo.
Sir, you must be in court on May 23rd. Do you have any questions?
Que usted debe de estar en la tribunal el 23 de mayo. ¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
Ildefonso Fonte Molina. Sir, tell me your name, please.
Y dígame su nombre, por favor.
Ildefonso Fontes Molina.
Alfonso Fuente Molina.
And is your date of birth December 8th of 1998?
Su fecha de nacimiento es el 8 de diciembre de 1998.
Sí.
Yes.
You've been charged with criminal trespassing, a class 6 felony.
Está acusado de allanamiento ilegal de un delito grave de clase 6.
I have found probable cause. I've also appointed the public defender to represent you.
He encontrado causa probable y he designado a un defensor público para que lo represente.
You are going to be released to pretrial services. You'll be given information about how to contact them.
Se le entregará los servicios previos al juicio y se le brindará información sobre cómo comunicarse con ellos.
You're not to return to the scene of the alleged crime.
No debe regresar a la escena de presunto crimen.
You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness.
No debe tener ningún contacto con ninguna de la víctima o testigo.
You're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
No debe poseer ninguna arma sin una receta, medicamento sin una receta médica válida.
You must continue to provide court with proof of your local address.
Debe continuar proporcionando al tribunal su dirección local.
Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 23rd at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court.
Y su próxima conferencia sobre el estado de la fecha de la tribunal es el 23 de mayo a las 8:30 en el Tribunal Superior del Centro de la Ciudad.
With a possible preliminary hearing on May the 29th.
Con una posible audiencia preliminar el 29 de mayo.
You need to make sure you contact pretrial services when you get out, sir.
Debe asegurarse de comunicarse con los servicios previos al juicio cuando salga.
All right, so you can step over there.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to do, Mr. Can I just have the interpreter hang on? I'm going to do one case, and then I'm going to do an interpreter case. But I want to do the interpreter case after I've done the other cases because of a matter on the calendar. So don't interpret for this next case. So just take a minute, and then I'll tell you when to interpret again. Can you hold the line for just a minute?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Reales? And then when he's done, we can take everybody out. Sir, your name, please.
Reales Eduardo.
And your date of birth.
4493.
Sir, you've been charged with possessing dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony, and drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. I found probable cause. It's ordered appointing the legal defender to represent you. On this case, the judge, when they issued the warrant, set a bond of $250. I'm affirming the $250 secured appearance bond. If you post the bond, you're not to initiate contact with any arresting officers, no drugs without a valid prescription, no driving without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date is a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court. All right, sir?
Okay.
Step right over there. The officer will give you some paperwork. Yeah.
We have a time critical that expires at 8:02 p.m. He is on like drug paraphernalia and like all like drug charges. We're trying to see if you want to see him on the 5 p.m. and have them interview him now and bring him in, or if you want him to be the first person to be seen on 5 p.m. It's completely up to you.
I can do it now.
No? Okay.
All right, thank you for holding interpreter. Now we're gonna get to the last interpreter matter, which is Javier Pasos Blandon. All right, and now if you could start interpreting again, thank you. Sir, please tell me your name.
Por favor, dígame su nombre.
Javier Paso Blandón.
Javier Caso Blandón.
Ajá.
Your date of birth, is it May 7th of 1996?
Su fecha de nacimiento es el 7 de mayo de 1996.
Yes, sí.
Yes.
You've been charged with one count of sexual conduct with a minor, a class 6 felony.
Se le ha acusado de un cargo de conducta sexual con un delito menor de clase 6.
This is a grand jury warrant, so the grand jury found probable cause.
Bueno, el gran jurado ordena del gran jurado encuentre causa probable.
There's been a bond set, a secured appearance bond set of $25,000.
Okay, y hay un fijado de una fianza de $25,000.
If you post the bond, you'd also be subject to electronic monitoring with an ankle bracelet.
Bueno, si paga una fianza, también estará sujeto a un monitor electrónico, que es una brazalete en el tobillo.
That would have to be installed before you're released.
Tendría que estar instalado antes de su salida.
You are not to initiate any contact with any victim or witness.
No debe iniciar ningún contacto con ninguna víctima o testigo.
You are not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription.
No debe poseer ninguna droga o medicamento sin una receta médica válida.
You are to continue to provide court proof of your local address.
Usted debe continuar proporcionando al tribunal con su dirección local.
You must submit to DNA testing and fingerprinting.
Debe presentar pruebas de ADN y toma de huellas dactilares.
Your next court date will be a not guilty arraignment on May the 16th at 8:30.
Su próxima cita en la tribunal será la lectura de cargos de no culpable el 16 de mayo a las 8:30.
Do you have any questions?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
No.
No.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you for interpreting for us. I very much appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for using the service, Your Honor. You have a great day.
You too. All right, we have a house call on Daniel Lanham, number 6, 7, and 8. Number 6, the court's inclination is a bond of $1,000, a secured appearance bond. Number 7, the court's inclination is a secured appearance bond of $250. Number 8, a secured appearance bond of $1,000. Are they going to bring in the guy or we're going to? All right, while we're waiting for that, oh shoot, I got 2 DUI warrants? Yeah, let me do the warrants. Let me get back on the calendar mode. All righty. Ryan Kruger?
Yes.
Sir, please tell me your name and date of birth.
Ryan Daniel Kruger, 8/28/1980.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you're here on two cases, the first of which is the 2024 matter. On that case, you're charged with possession of dangerous drugs, a Class 4 felony. This is an arrest warrant, so there's no need to find probable cause. I have appointed the public defender to represent you. The judge, when they issued the warrant, it set a bond of $100, which I'm affirming. If you post the bond, you're not to issue contact with any arresting officers, you're not to possess any drugs without a valid prescription, or drive without a valid driver's license. You're to continue to provide court proof of your local address. Your next court date will be a status conference on May the 16th at 8:30 with a possible preliminary hearing on May the 20th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court.
May the 16th?
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got another case, it's another arrest warrant on the charge of possessing dangerous drugs, Class 4 felony, drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony, and false reporting to a law enforcement officer, Class 1 misdemeanor. Once again, the public defender is appointed to represent you. They were asking for a bond of $1,500, but I set the bond in this case at $750. The release conditions otherwise are the same, as is the court date of May the 16th and May the 20th. So your next court date you need to worry about is May the 16th at 8:30 in the downtown Superior Court.
Okay.
Do you have any questions, sir?
Am I being released?
No, you have a bond on your two cases, one $750, one $100, so it's a total of $850 secured appearance bond, which would allow you to use a bonding company if you wanted to go that route.
Okay, so I'm going to be in custody until at least when?
The 16th, unless you post a bond, so 5 days from now.
5 days from now. And there's no way, being here in person, seeing you, getting the dates, receiving them, that I could be released and trusted to come back in 5 days? I
understand that, sir, but I looked over everything and actually set a bond lower than what they were recommending.
I know, and I really appreciate that, Your Honor.
That's really, I think, as low as I can go in this case.
I was hoping to be released on my own recognizance so that I could return.
Not on these two cases, sir, okay? I've set the two bonds.
Is it because I didn't show up for the previous court dates?
It's the totality of the two cases and just all of the cases, yes.
Okay, I didn't have any way to receive that mail before. I'm in a much more stable situation now. Also, I have a significant other who is pregnant and really needs me. She's having a lot of difficulties. As well, during the time in which you guys sent me the information regarding these court dates that I missed, I was being treated for lymphoma cancer. There were some serious issues that I was unable to, at the time, deal with in a way in which I could receive this mail so that I knew about these court dates. Being here in person, receiving the information in writing, I know that I can be here in 5 days for my next court date.
Yes, sir. You also had a City of Phoenix warrant out at the time. Like I said, I've set the release conditions. It's really as low as I can go. So you can step over there. The officer will give you the paperwork.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so I already went on the record on what I'm going to do on the house calls. That should finally end the 5 o'clock calendar. The court will be in recess until the 8 p.m. calendar.
Okay, please unmute.
Tyson Chomsey Sempe.
Okay. Is there a public defender there?
No.
Okay. Well, you see the misdemeanor first then. Never mind, here he is.
Hi, Judge Carter Santini here for the accused.
You need a moment?
Just one.
Okay.
All right, Judge, we're ready. Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you. One moment. All right. Okay, the charges are, or the charge is unlawful flight from law enforcement. State's recommending a $50,000 bond. We'll hear from defense.
Judge, Faithson would like to be released to the supervision of pretrial services. Weighing towards his release, he's a long-standing connections in Tucson. He does have housing with his grandparents. He does, while not employed, he is going to school right now through Goodwill Metro. I would like to note his age, Judge. He is 17, and this does appear to be, looking at his criminal history, a bit of a de-escalation. I understand that he is on probation, and he's had unsuccessful bouts of probation in the past. But given his age and these current allegations, I believe that pretrial services is appropriate. If you're not inclined to release him to the custody of pretrial services, Judge, we would ask for a much more reasonable bond of $1,500, see, and his age and his circumstances.
All right, thank you. We'll hear from the state.
Your Honor, we're asking for the $50,000 bond because he is on probation for a felony offense. It's actually my case. He's been going to review hearings in front of Judge Ortiz, and he's had prior failings on probation, as Mr. Santini notes. The facts of this new case, while it is, as far as felonies are concerned, just a fleeing, it seems to follow from some sideshow type event at an intersection where there's reckless driving and so forth. He's somebody that probably shouldn't be out at that hour anyways, let alone doing what he was doing. So we think that bond is appropriate. There definitely would be a probation hold in place, but for the weekend. So I wouldn't, count that in his favor by any stretch. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bond is set in the amount of $2,500. No contact with alleged victims. Stay away from the incident location. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Next court date is May 21st at 1:30, and the public defender is appointed. Contact assigned probation officer first working day following release. Pretrial services supervision if the bond is posted. You're excused.
Good evening, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter.
Yes,
Your Honor, there are no Spanish speakers on my list. May I be excused?
there aren't. I thought there was one.
There was on the pretrial, but it seems like it went away.
Oh. Okay. Can the jail confirm no Spanish speakers this evening?
Oh, Your Honor. I have Lorenzo Fierro Alatriz is marked as Spanish on pretrial, but it's on English on the court calendar.
Okay, I'll stick around to make sure.
Okay.
Sorry about that, interpreter.
No worries. Thank you.
Hold on. I need to get this back. Okay, that's the one. Hello, your name?
Rita Morales.
Charged with criminal damage. Order that you have no contact with the alleged victim. Stay away from the incident location. And that you not drive without a valid license, no alcohol or illegal drugs. You're released to the supervision of pretrial services. And your next court date is June 2nd at 1:30. Public defender appointed. You're excused.
Thank you. Make sure you give your public defender a call. This court tables like what happened. It's the key to their fault. That's what it's for enough. Thank you.
Hello, what's your name?
Rebecca Fretto.
You sir, say again?
Rebecca Fretto.
Thank you. You're charged with domestic violence assault with injury. Let's see. Here. Will order that you not commit any acts of domestic violence, you not have contact of any kind with Daniel Bartels. Stay away from his home and workplace. And I am going to release you on your own recognizance with those conditions. Your court date at Green Valley Justice Court is May 15th at 8:30. May 15th? That's not far from now. Okay. You're excused.
Yeah, I have a question. Is my stuff is at his house? I live in New York. I'm actually flying home on Tuesday.
You may return once with a police escort to get your stuff.
Okay, could they do that this evening by chance or no?
I don't know. You have to contact the police. I don't, I'm not in charge of whatever their schedule is.
Okay.
Hello, what's your name?
Jennifer Haig?
You've got 5 different matters in Pima County Justice Court. Most of these are warrants for failing to appear in court. You got charges of drug paraphernalia, trespassing, drug paraphernalia, another trespassing. You got a new case alleging trespassing and drug paraphernalia. Each of these is set with a bond of $100 apiece, $500 total. I'm appointing attorney Robin All to represent you. You're going to be seen on video on these matters on Monday, the 12th at 1 p.m. on video. You're excused.
Oh, shit. Jeez.
Hello, what's your name?
Reginald Johnson.
Okay.
Reginald Johnson.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so you're charged with domestic violence, disorderly conduct, domestic violence, criminal damage, and 3 additional non-domestic violence charges: littering, resisting arrest, and threatening and intimidating. One moment. I'm going to order that you not commit any acts of domestic violence. Do not have contact of any kind with Fred Johnson and stay away from his home and workplace. Do not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs or any firearms or other weapons. And releasing you with these conditions, your court date at Oro Valley City Court is June 11th at 10:30 a.m. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cool.
What do I do now? Go with me, sir.
You go home, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
They're gonna have to process you out, so wait till you're released and then go on your way.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Make sure you appear at your court date.
Yes, sir.
Jason.
Hello, what's your name?
Jason Rigger.
Okay. You're charged with domestic violence, criminal damage, and domestic violence disorderly conduct. Don't commit any acts of domestic violence. And releasing you from custody. Your court date at Pima County Justice Court is May 21st at 10:30 a.m. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Robinson from that. Lopez.
Hello, what's your name?
Hi, hello, Eileen.
Is that your whole name or you got another one to go with it?
Eileen Lopez.
Thank you.
G.
All right. Back in February, you were arrested for assault with injury. And that's a Tucson City court case. You got a second one now. And that's trespassing, disorderly conduct, and assault. This is from today. So we're gonna order that you not have contact with the alleged victims, stay away from the incident location, do not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. We're gonna vacate your court date that was set for May 21st and reset both of these cases for June 16th, 2 o'clock, and that will be at Tucson City Court.
Okay.
You're excused.
Thank you. So did I get released?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. They're friends.
Hello, what is your name?
Brandon John Mayer.
I'm sorry, say again.
Brandon John Mayer.
Spell your last name.
Mayor, M-A-Y-E-R?
Oh, me. Oh, got it. Eight. You got about 8 cases pending at Tucson City Court ranging from 2021 through 2024, and then you got a new case. Well, a newer case from this year, January. You failed to appear on each of these cases. Bond is set in the amount of $1,000. City public defender is appointed to represent you. Your court date is going to be a video review, May 20th at 1:45. If you bond out, it'll shift to an in-person appearance June 11th at 2 o'clock. You're excused. Hello, what's your name?
Jason Silvera.
You're charged with failure to obtain and carry a valid Arizona ID. And on another matter that I'll omit reading, state's recommending a $7,500 bond. We will hear from the defense counsel. And after this one, you've got a misdemeanor case, so we'll discuss that.
But he was just released on May 3rd, and the ID is due to not having any money. I'd like you to take that into account in determining his release. If you are inclined to hold him, Judge, I would ask for a much more reasonable bond of $500 to $1,000, given his financial situation and the fact that he is homeless.
We'll hear from the state.
And Your Honor, I have nothing to add beyond the information that's on the sheet. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bond is set at $1,000. The public defender is appointed. Your next court date is May 21st at 1:30. There are other instructions on the paperwork that you can read for yourself. As to the misdemeanor case, you're charged with assault, no injury. Let me read this right quick. Bond on your city court case is set at 250. Don't have any contact with the alleged victim. Don't go back to the location. The city public defender is appointed to represent you. Video review is scheduled for May 20th at 1:45. It's possible it may be reset as a non-transport review for June 11th at 2. You're excused. Good evening. What's your name, sir?
JW
Your last name.
Holman.
All right. Just a minute. You've got several cases in Tucson City Courts. Okay, February 24th of this year, you were cited for trespassing and possession of drug paraphernalia and failure to appear in court. January 15th of this year, you were cited for criminal trespass, also failure to appear in courts. Another criminal trespass from December of last year, failure to appear in court. Trespassing from December 15th of last year, failure to appear in court. And criminal trespass, possession of drug paraphernalia from today. Bond is set in the amount of $250. I'm going to set a video review for May 20th at 1:45. It's possible it may be reset for a non-transport review. That would be June 16th at 2. The city public defender is appointed to represent you. No contact with any alleged victims, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Don't go back to any of the locations. You're excused.
Boyd.
Right here. How you doing? How you doing? Doing well. How are you? Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
Hello, what's your name?
Hey, how you doing? Trenton Boyd.
Trenton Boyd, okay. Mr. Boyd, felony and misdemeanor cases. Your felony charges are, it's a domestic violence offense. I'll omit reading the rest of it. And the state is recommending $10,000. We'll hear from defense counsel.
Judge, Mr. Boyd should be released to the supervision of pretrial services. Noting primarily, Judge, that one, he has no prior felony or misdemeanor criminal history. This was the first time he has ever run afoul of law enforcement, to the knowledge that I have here from pretrial services. Notably, Judge, the victim and the victim advocate is not objecting to Mr. Boyd's release. That's a good indication of not posing a future danger. He has lived in Tucson for a year, Judge, so he doesn't pose a significant flight risk. And to add to that, Judge, he also has housing as well that seems confirmed. So for those reasons, Judge, those factors do weigh towards his release. He has no, his new criminal activity scale is 1, his failure to appear scale is also 1. So for those reasons, Judge, we would be asking for his release. If you're not inclined to release him, Judge, I'd ask for a much more reasonable bond than $10,000. He is unemployed at this time, so a more nominal bond of $1,000 is more appropriate to do. And to add, and one last thing I'd like to add, Judge, is there's likely going to be a DCS case open for that. That's 2 types of supervision that Mr. Boyd would be subject to, both pre-trial and that supervision.
All right, thank you. Hear from the state.
Yes, Your Honor. We think that $10,000 bond is warranted. The facts of these new allegations are really concerning, and it's particularly concerning that this happened at a hospital, at a public place like that. If there's some sort of when something like this happens, behind closed doors in a residence, it's bad enough. But the fact that Mr. Boyd seems fit to do this sort of thing in a public place where he's clearly being witnessed by other individuals, it's particularly concerning. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we do think that $10,000 bond is warranted. Thank you.
Due to the nature of the offense, I think a higher bond is warranted, $7,500. Don't commit any acts of domestic violence. Don't possess any firearms or other weapons. Your court date is May 21st at 1:30, and the public defender is appointed. You also have a misdemeanor domestic violence case. domestic violence assault and domestic violence disorderly conduct, and appears to have arisen out of the same incident. Bond in that matter is set at $2,500. The city public defender is appointed to represent you. And we're going to, relate it. We're going to set a video review for our video review conflicts with the felony date, so let's pick another one.
You want to try to wear it in on the 14th? So don't have or you just want to put it in
The 14th is,
this Wednesday.
okay, well, let's do that. February 14th at 1:30 at Tucson City Court video review. Million, correct. And the city public defenders appointed on the misdemeanor case.
Is that May 14th, Judge?
May 4th, what did I say? Did I say
February?
Oh, May 14th at 1:30. Thank you. It's yours.
Put a note on your place that the felony is the 21st, so that they know when the
Okay.
weekends are.
Hello, what's your name, sir?
Patrick Carter.
Carter?
Yes, sir.
You're charged with possession of a dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have a statement that I'm going to read to you. When I finish, please answer the following question, either a yes or a no. You may be eligible to participate in a diversion program called STEPS that requires you to participate in a plan specific to your needs for a short time. If you choose to participate and complete the program, these felony drug accusations in your arrest report will be permanently dismissed without you ever being formally charged. Are you interested in getting released from jail custody now and learning more about the STEPS program at your next hearing?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to place you in the STEPS program. The court date for that program is May 20th at 9 a.m. Preliminary hearing, this is the defense waive time.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll be June 25th at 1:30. The public defender will be representing you. We're going to order that you not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not return to location of the alleged incident. And pretrial services supervision release. Cooperate with them. You're excused, sir.
Thank you.
Tomorrow morning, and this will be your hearing. I get to sign you that day or two. Make sure you're at the court date. If you do work with feds, there's a good chance of case getting dismissed. So it's a version. That's what Mr. Carter. We have some thing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, George.
Piero. No thing for
English, yes.
Tenemos una interpretor si quiere.
English is good.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
We have an interpreter.
No, English is good. Thank you.
Does he need the interpreter?
No. No, thank you.
Okay. It's the interpreter's excused then. What's your name?
Lorenzo Fierro.
Okay. So you're charged with being a prohibited possessor, manufacturer, processing, transporting, selling a prohibited weapon. I'm going to order that you not possess any weapons, firearms or other weapons. And the state is asking for a $15,000 bond. We'll hear from the defense.
Judge, you asking that Mr. Lorenzo be released to the supervision of pretrial services? Looking at his criminal history, Judge, you'll see two probation cases, his last two cases in 2022. He successfully completed probation in those cases. That indicates to me that he is amendable to supervision of pretrial probation or something like that. To add to that, Judge, he's a lifelong Tucson resident, and he does have third-party custody that's been established, so there is no flight risk. So for those reasons, Judge, factors do weigh towards release to pretrial services. If you're not inclined to release him to pretrial services, Judge, we'd be asking for a much more reasonable bond of $1,000 given his indigency.
Let's hear from the state.
Your Honor, we really have two concerns. First of all, Mr. Fierro Alatriz shouldn't have a gun at all. He's a 3-time convicted felon. That is a concern. And then when you fold in the domestic violence nexus of, I believe the misdemeanor allegation there, it's just concerning that there would be a home within, or a gun within access within that home. There shouldn't be a gun there at all, and there is, and he knows better. So for those reasons, we think that bond is warranted.
Okay, I don't have a misdemeanor case for him.
There may not be, Your Honor. It's just the interim complaint spoke to concerns being raised by a potential female victim. I might have that wrong, though.
Judge, the police officers are initially called in reference to a domestic violence call, but there's no domestic violence allegation that he's in front of people.
Okay.
It's also not possession for sale. I think it may be part of the statute, but it's modification of information. That's what.
All right. Thank you. Bond is set in the amount of 10,000. Your next court date is May 21st at 1:30. The public defender is appointed. You're excused.
I don't got no pain no more.
They should be able to go top of the wall. Yeah, sure. Is there anybody want me to help with him? Okay. Give me a number.
Oh, there's something. 520 951 41. Okay. Oh, 61 41. I was 61. That's my mom.
Okay, very tall. That's a lot better. She's expansion.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. So you're fun.
Go sit with the mouse. Take it.
Hello, what's your name?
Rochelle Jenkins.
Okay. Okay, you've got a couple of wait a minute, I'm sorry, say your name again?
Rochelle Jenkins.
Jenkins. So now, you've got an arrest warrant out of Canal County Superior Court listing charges of narcotic drug possession or use and drug paraphernalia, and listing a $500 bond, and you've got some local misdemeanor warrants. So this warrant is from May of 2023. You want to explain to me why you didn't appear in court?
So I was picked up on a shoplifting warrant when that happened, and I never got the paperwork for that court date. I didn't know when the court date was or anything. They said they'd send it to me in the mail when I got released on the original warrant that I was picked up for that time, but I never received anything in the mail.
I see. All right. And you've got misdemeanor warrants as well that I kind of have to factor in and whether release you or not. What about those? What happened with those?
With those ones,
and shoplifting.
the shoplifting one I'm aware of, but the theft I'm unaware of, even when that charge was like I wasn't even arrested on that time, so I'm not sure. I didn't know I had that charge. I don't know.
You were unaware of all of your charges?
No, just the theft. I was aware of the shoplifting one, but not the theft.
Well, then why didn't you appear in court on that?
I just didn't know when my court date was, and I didn't have a phone. I wasn't staying with my sister at the time.
You
I
were
was kind of
what?
in between. I wasn't staying with my sister at the time. I was in between houses.
Judge, if I may, these warrants from Justice Court are from 2022 and 2023. These are older allegations. If you look at it, her history, Judge, it seems Miss Jenkins has struggled with some substance abuse issues. It looks like things are starting to turn around for her. She does have confirmed housing with her children. That's a new situation. This is the first time that she has been arrested since 2023. And it also seems like this is the first time that she's had housing since 2023. She also has with that housing transportation. So now, Judge, that she's starting to get more stable. This is frankly a good opportunity for her to take care of these warrants that are in Justice Court, and this warrant out of Pinal, that again is from 2023, which is probably when active addiction. One moment. Yeah, she's willing and amendable to treatment, Judge. I think pretrial services can find her treatment and services. So, Judge, I think that she should be released, and can make her way to these court dates herself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right.
On your Pinal County matter, I'm going to order no alcohol or illegal drugs and do not return the location of the alleged incident. I'm going to release you with the order that tomorrow morning before 10 o'clock, you are to contact the Pinal County Superior Court to arrange a court appearance. In person if possible, or that's not feasible, by remote access.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
As to your other cases, you are released on the Justice Court case. The new one is drug paraphernalia, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Don't go back to location. Your court date there is May 21st at 8:30. And then the other two are warrants. It's going to be the same date, May 21st at 8:30. You're released on those as well. You're excused.
Give them a call. This is your case number for that. Finale case. You know, if they need it in reference, but they should do it by your name. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. The females. Well, that's what were you? Did you release her to pretrial, Judge? I circled that on her form, but
Pretrial?
did you release her to pretrial services, or was that
On the Pinal matter?
Yeah.
No.
No, because I guess just owner costs. Okay. You're good. Yep. Oh. Easy. What's this?
All right. Hello, ma'am, what's your name?
My name is Estrella Loreto.
I'm sorry, say again?
Estrella Loreto.
Okay. Moment. Okay, you've got a couple of complaints here. One of these complaints alleges hit and run and unlawful flight from law enforcement. And then the other one is domestic violence stalking. On each one of these, the state is asking that I hold you without bond.
May I say something, Your Honor?
You should. You want to say it to the attorney seated next to you while you're on mute, not out loud.
All right, Judge, we're ready to go.
Okay. I guess there's a pending felony. So, we're gonna set a no bond hearing on each of these. The DV case, I'm ordering no contact with William Edwards. Do not go to his home or workplace. Don't commit any acts of domestic violence. No bond hearing is set for May 16th at 2:30. And the public defender is appointed. And preliminary hearing is May 21st at 1:30. The other case, we're ordering no contact with the alleged victim. Don't return to that incident location. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Don't drive without a valid license. That's also a, wait a minute. I'm just, why is there a court date set on a misdemeanor date in justice court?
I would imagine it's a review hearing, Judge. I don't have the info on that. Is that? There's a sentencing in June.
That's from my coffee case.
That would be in the Superior Court.
I guess this is the hit and run. It's set in Pima County Justice Court as a misdemeanor, but that's part of the felony case. There's what? But they're both felony interims. Oh, wait a minute. Here, I have to get back to that one. That first one we did. Okay, that was just the DV case. Okay. This one that you have for the leaving the scene, it does not include the unlawful flight charge. I'm sorry, note where. I don't see a note on the injury. You want to show it to me? Because I'm not seeing it. Oh, okay. Because the unlock, she wasn't booked on the note on the unlawful flight. We'll just go ahead and set what's the state want to do? Is she being charged with unlawful flight or not? Because apparently she wasn't booked on that.
Your Honor, this is news to me. I'm assuming that because we were provided the interim that included the unlawful flight, that she would be seen on that tonight. So, I mean, it's really a question for, I guess, the court, whether or not that can just be accomplished tonight or whether she would be seen in the morning on that.
I'm looking at the booking sheet on the pretrial services website. It is listed on there.
So I guess I'm not entirely sure what the problem is.
Yeah, you and me both. Okay. Well, I see it listed on the booking sheet. Can you redo that and do a felony conditions of release, including the unlawful flight? Because I'm seeing it on the booking sheet. What is this now? APM Jenkins, out of county. We'll need two cases. One's the DV and one's the hit and run. But there's no mention of the unlawful flight, but it is on the booking sheet. Yes. Unlawful flight from law enforcement. Thank you.
Judge, are we trying to see what's going on with the booking? Discrepancy?
The clerk is amending the interim, not the interim, the conditions of release. Okay, thank you. Okay, it's showing you still have it open. There we go. All right. Okay, the both felony charges are on the second interim. That's also a no bond hold. May 16th, 2:30, and prelim, May 21st, 1:30, public defender appointed. Okay.
All right, thank you, Judge.
That does it.
Done. So they're just gonna hold you until that date. Give Eric a call. I'll tell him that you're in. think you just give the main line a call and they'll be able to help you out. And then this was like your preliminary date, so it's just a deadline. Sorry. That's all I got for you.
Thank you.
That's looking straight for you.
That's Steve.
Hello, what is your name?
Hi, it's Jennifer Nevsky.
You've got felony charges and some misdemeanor cases as well. Felony matters: organized retail theft, possession of narcotic drug, possession of prescription-only drug, possession of drug paraphernalia. State's asking for a $10,000 bond in lieu of no bond. We'll hear from the defense.
Judge, if you're not inclined to release Jennifer, I think that $10,000 is pretty excessive given given these allegations and her criminal history. She only has the one felony that she doesn't stand convicted of right now. And these new cases are not of a violent or serious nature. She is indigent, Judge, so given that, I would ask for a much more nominal bond of $500.
We'll hear from the state.
Your Honor, while we don't think a no bond hold is necessary, given the nature of the new case, we have concerns about the 10 months in warrant status of the underlying felony. That's really the main driver here. Thank you.
Okay. Don't go back to any Walmart store, no alcohol or illegal drugs. $10,000 bond, May 21st, 1:30, public defender appointed. And the misdemeanor cases are in Tucson City Court. Okay, we got trespassing, obstruction, and non-injury assault. Drug paraphernalia, trespassing, resisting arrest. Trespassing. All of these cases are from 2024. You were represented by the city public defender who was not able to contact you, and apparently you didn't keep in contact with her. Why is that?
I keep getting my phone stolen, being homeless, and just trying to be able to keep in contact with anyone is really challenging. I was able to talk to my dad for the first time in over a year just a couple weeks ago, so it's really hard.
I'm going to note that you're being held on the felony. City court bond is set at $100. We're going to reappoint the city public defender and set a video date for you for May 20th at 1:45. That may get turned into a non-transport. If it does, that would be June 16th at 9. And previous conditions of release remain in effect. Okay. Your excuse.
Ken is still unavailable.
Oh, is he? Okay. We'll continue that one till tomorrow then. Hello, what's your name?
Hello, I'm Bryson.
Okay. Okay, felony charges are burglary in the third degree and organized retail theft. Looks like you have a pending felony, state's asking for a no bond hold. Don't go back to any Circle K, no contact with the alleged victim, stay, and no alcohol or illegal drugs. No bond hearing is May 16th at 2:30. Preliminary hearing is May 21st at 1:30. Public defender appointed. And then you've got some misdemeanor cases in Tucson City Court.
Judge, I don't believe the state is asking for a no bond hold, and I don't think there's reason. I think you might have the wrong case number for this. The state's asking for a $10,000 bond on Mr. Shanks. This is Bryson Shanks, right?
Yachts. Bryson Yachts.
Oh, this is Bryson Yachts? Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Mr. Shanks, I'm told, is unavailable still.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I had a different, there's two Brysons. They are asking for a no bond.
Okay, all right. Okay, Tucson City Court. You were charged with theft and possession of drug paraphernalia. That one is from today. You got a warrant on another theft from March. Another warrant on trespassing from last December. Another warrant on a trespassing from September of last year. And the last one is a warrant on a trespassing from July of last year. So we'll note the felony hold.
Looks pretty much acting right now.
Okay, sir, we're gonna order on the misdemeanors, no alcohol or illegal drugs, don't go back to the location, and no contact with victim. I'm I'm going to release you, but I'm also going to appoint the city public defender to represent you. And your next court date at city court is going to be non-transport June 20th, 9 o'clock. Okay, you're excused.
They're gonna hold you until at least the 16th. That's your no bond hearing. Okay. Yeah, all right.
All right, so what's today?
It's 11.
Oh, you said, yeah,
Yeah. No push your face. All right, best of luck, Bryce.
Okay. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Judge. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. This is the 11 p.m. calendar on May 11th, 2025. Orders are given on the first of the month regarding the taking of DNA and fingerprints. Those orders remain in effect today. What that means for you in the courtroom is this: not every single one of you has to give your DNA or your fingerprints. If you have to do that, those orders are going to be on your paperwork. My name is Commissioner Beck. I'm here to do a few things for you. Number one, I'm here to let you know why you're here. Number two, if you might be released. Number three, if you're going to be assigned counsel. The vast majority of you are going to be assigned counsel, which leads to my number one rule. Please don't talk about the facts of your case. Anything you say or do can be used against you. Everything in the courtroom is video recorded, so please don't talk about the facts of your case unless it's with your attorney. Second, I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions. Unfortunately, I'm not your legal counsel. I can't answer legal questions for you. So please save your legal questions for your attorney. Finally, you're going to be hearing about lots of different dates and different types of release conditions. You don't have to memorize all that stuff. All that information is going to be on your paperwork. That's why it's important to keep your paperwork and not lose it. If you end up missing a court date or not follow a written court order, you could just end up back here. Here's how tonight's going to work. I'm going to call two names. First name I'm going to call is going to come in the courtroom and stand in front of me at the podium. Second name I call is going to sit in that chair next to the door. Then we're going to keep on cycling through until the calendar is finished. Deputy, could you please get a counsel? Could I please get Agostino Tuminia to the chair, please?
Good night, Your Honor.
Good evening.
Are we on the record, Your Honor?
Yes, we are. Could I please get appearances, starting with the state?
George Kellerman from the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. Good evening, Your Honor.
Good evening.
Evening, Your Honor. For the record, Daniel Falls, appearing on behalf of my client, Mr. Ahern, who's present in custody next to me.
Thank you. Sir, could I please get your full name and date of birth?
Joshua Daniel Ahern, March 3rd, 96.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sir, you are here on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for one count of child or vulnerable adult abuse, Class 5 felony, kidnapping, a Class 6 felony, assault, Class 1 misdemeanor, and 2 counts of disorderly conduct, a Class 1 misdemeanor. Mr. False.
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify, are you appearing at this point just for the initial appearance or for the remainder of the case?
For the limited appearance of today's case.
Okay, and then my second question to you is, will you be arguing probable cause, release conditions, or both?
Both, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, I've informed you of the charges for which you've been arrested. Mr. False, would you like to make your record regarding probable cause?
I would, Your Honor. I'm asking the court to not find probable cause for both the child abuse charge as well as the kidnapping charge, and for a lower charge for the assault from misdemeanor 1 to a misdemeanor 3. Given looking at the Form 4 at the probable cause certification, I don't believe there's enough written in the four corners of the document for the probable cause for the child abuse. First and foremost, Your Honor, there's no eyewitness to any alleged reckless abuse. The one daughter says that alleged that my client kicked Xavier. Perla says that there was a push. There's a clear discrepancy between both accounts of any type of contact with any of the children. According to the form, we have no idea how old any of the children are. The officer writes in his report, baby. My understanding is it's not a baby. It's, not a newborn or anything like that. There's no indication, no eyewitnesses on how Xavier got any bump on his head. Clearly from what's written in the four corners, according to Miss Perla, it indicates that Xavier was pushed. There's no indication of any type of hitting. There's no indication of any type of way of getting a bump on the head. There's no indication of was it there before, was it not. And under the statute, the charge and circumstances has to be such that the circumstances would likely produce death or serious physical injury, and there's been no evidence that any of the alleged action from this case had any circumstance going towards any likelihood of producing death or any likelihood of producing serious bodily injury. So I think under the plain meaning of the statute, there would be no probable cause asserted for child abuse or the recklessness of that. So for that reason, the defense believes that there's no probable cause asserted in the probable cause statement that would show any circumstance of likely producing death or serious injury. That's the first one, Your Honor. The second one is there's no probable cause for kidnapping. I have not read anything in the four corners of the document or the probable cause statement of any type of kidnapping allegations. I'm quite honestly not sure where kidnapping is asserted in the probable cause statement, but it's certainly not written there. There's been no evidence, no statement from the officer in this case showing anything about kidnapping, period. So there should not be any probable cause for the counts of kidnapping as well. Thirdly and lastly, Your Honor, in terms of the probable cause for assault, my understanding is that the assault is under 13-1203A1, which is the intentional, knowingly, or recklessly causing injury, physical injury to another. My understanding, looking at the probable cause statement, is the only alleged allegation is my client pushing the shoulders of the alleged victim in this case. It does not indicate any type of injury, does not indicate whether or not she felt any type of injury, felt any type of pain, physical or emotional or any other. It only just says that my client allegedly pushed her by the shoulders. It does not indicate any type of injury, and that is required for there to be assault for the prong of criminal misdemeanor in the first. At most, it would be an assault in an A3 prong, which would be a criminal misdemeanor in the third degree. But even there, I don't believe that there's any evidence that shows that my client intended to injure, insult, or provoke from any of the actions. It simply doesn't meet the criteria for that either. At most, I think that the court could only find probable cause for potentially disorderly conduct, considering that that statute is written very broadly. With that, I think that there could be probable cause for disorderly conduct, but certainly, Your Honor, nothing within the confines of the probable cause statement for any type of child abuse or recklessness, as it, again, was not any circumstances likely to produce any death or serious bodily physical injury. No probable cause for kidnapping because it simply doesn't have it there, doesn't say anything about it, and also no probable cause for assault in the prong of criminal misdemeanor in the first degree. At most, it would be criminal misdemeanor in the third degree and disorderly conduct. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Kellerman, response?
Your Honor, the state's not going to go into an elaborate response. It's not a trial. It's the initial appearance. The state is content to let the court decide from the Form 4 probable cause for the booking charges. The state would point out that stranding the family without their car keys is a form of restraining them to that location. The state believes that satisfies the kidnapping element. The state also believes that the bump on the smallest child's head, which the child and the officer hurt, is a form of injury or child abuse. So the state believes that the Form 4 clearly recites assaultive, disruptive, and completely inappropriate behavior towards his family members as a father and as a husband.
Thank you, Mr. Kellerman. I will be making the following findings as to probable cause. I will find probable cause as to the 2 counts of disorderly conduct, Class 1 misdemeanors. I am going to find probable cause as to assault as a Class 2 misdemeanor. I will be finding probable cause as to the child abuse as a Class 5 felony. As a Class 5 felony, I have reduced it from what was originally submitted as. It was submitted as a Class, I believe, as a Class 3. I've reduced it to a Class 5, which negates the serious death or serious physical injury aspect of the statute, and so it is now a Class 5 reckless. Finally, at this time, after reading Form 4, I do agree that there was some restraint in the taking of the car keys and preventing the victim from leaving the scene, but in review of the statute, I am not finding probable cause as to the kidnapping. In reading the plain language of the statute, I don't believe the actions taken by the suspect comport with the language of the statute. So I'm not finding probable cause as to kidnapping. Sir, at this time, your next court dates are going to be May 23rd and May 29th in the Downtown Superior Court after these probable cause findings. Mr. Kellerman, would you like to make your record regarding release conditions?
Your Honor, Mr. Ahern apparently has no prior criminal history, so the state would not object to supervised release to pretrial services. He's not to return to the scene of the incident. He's to reside somewhere else during the resolution of these charges and have no victim contact. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fultz, response, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, certainly pretrial services is certainly one of the conditions that I would be understanding of. I would ask the court to find, due to the lack of criminal history, due to my client being the sole provider for his family, does have gainful employment. He has been a lawful resident of the state of Arizona for quite a long time. The marriage between the alleged victim and my client has been for a lengthy amount of time. Given all that, I would think that releasing my client on his promise to appear in his own recognizance for any future court hearings would be appropriate. There has been no allegation of failure to appear, so his appearance, the court has would have no concern with his being able to appear at any future court hearings as well. So I think own recognizance in this case would be best suited for my client. Though I know as routine, I would ask the court to allow my client to return to the residence, and as well as has any contact with the victim. This is, as I mentioned, no criminal history. There's been no past allegations of domestic violence whatsoever. And so I would ask the court to release my client on his own recognizance and be able to return to the residence and have contact, or at least have limited contact at the very least, as they do have children together as well. So at least have limited contact for that purpose.
Thank you. Upon hearing from both counsels and reviewing the record before me, I'll be making the following orders as to release conditions. I'll be releasing the defendant to the supervision of pretrial services, supervised release. He will be alcohol tested and monitored, drug tested and monitored. He'll be fitted with an electronic ankle monitor. There will be a curfew restriction with that electronic ankle monitor. He is not to return to the scene of the crime and have no contact with any victim or witness. He's not to have any contact with any minors. He's not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If there are any orders of protection that are placed against him, he must follow those orders. He may not reside with the alleged victim, even if he's the owner or renter of the property. He's allowed one civil standby with local law enforcement to return to the residence to collect any essential belongings. And he's cautioned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony. Again, this is at the very least until May 23rd, the next time he has his court date. If another judicial officer changes these orders, then so be it. But at this time, sir, you're not to return to your home. You're to have no contact with your family at this time. Excuse me, Mr. Fultz, any questions?
None from me, Your Honor.
Mr. Coleman, anything further?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I have just a brief second?
Feel free to stay as long as you like. You're both excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have to call one warrant, please. Agostino Tuminia to the podium. Daniel Gonzalez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Agostino Tuminia, 6/10/1980.
Thank you. You're here today on two matters, a Superior Court new case and a failure to appear warrant. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, a Class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, Class 6 felony. This time I'm not finding probable cause as to the possession of narcotic drugs, but I need to let you know that just because I don't find probable cause today doesn't mean the county attorney's office that they won't file charges later. So don't think that it's going away forever. Do you understand that? I need to hear a yes or no, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So I have found probable cause as to the possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. At this time, I'm not going to be considering the possession of narcotic drugs. I'm not assigning you I have to change that. I'm not assigning you new counsel. You're going to go back to your original attorney. Your next court dates are going to be May 16th, 19th, and 20th in the Downtown Superior Court. This time, because it's been alleged that you committed this offense while on release for your other offense, you're going to be held non-bondable on your new case. You have a failure to appear warrant. I'm not assigning new counsel. Again, you're going to go back to your original counsel. Your next court date on this one is going to be May 21 in the Downtown Superior Court. Your original judge set a $10,000 secured appearance bond, but sir, please don't try to pay that bond because you're being held non-bondable on your new case. But please talk to your left for your paperwork, sir.
So I can't get out?
You can't get out because it's been alleged that you had another case going on and you picked up new charges, and so you can't get a bond.
But what paraphernalia are they talking about? I don't have any drug paraphernalia.
All right, sir. Again, when I talked about the facts of your case, I'm not going to go ahead and read through the Form 4 for you. I'm just going to let you know that, so I'm not finding probable cause as to the drugs that were found at this time. But again, county attorney's office might file charges later.
I can't get the warrant squashed?
No, not at this time. So the earliest you can see a judge is going to be May 16th. And so that's when next time you're going to talk to a judge and see about getting your release conditions changed, okay?
How come?
How come what?
Why won't you let me? Because I don't even know what drugs they're talking about or paraphernalia. Definitely there was no paraphernalia.
Okay, sir, I'm not here about the facts of your case with you. I'm just here to let you know why you were arrested and what your bond conditions are going to be at this time.
I know this is the first I'm hearing about it, though. And
so your attorney, he can answer all your questions for you. That's what is it Ms. Allen still?
Where is my attorney at?
Yeah, you're going to have to contact him once you're back.
So should I be standing up here without counsel?
Yeah, sir, at your initial appearance, you are not entitled to counsel. I'm just here to
Could I have counsel?
You could have.
Okay, I'd like to have counsel.
Well, sir, your counsel isn't here with you right now, and your case is finished. Deputy? Daniel Gonzalez to the podium. Sarah Wall to the chair, please. And sir, if you want to go next to the podium to be closer to the microphone, that's totally fine.
Okay.
All right, that's totally, thank you. Sir, could I please have your full name and date of birth?
Daniel Gonzalez, 1/25/1980.
Thank you. Sir, you're here on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for one count of aggravated assault, a Class 3 felony, discharging a firearm in city limits, a Class 6 felony, threatening and intimidating, a Class 1 misdemeanor, criminal damage, Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are going to be May 16th and May 20th in the Downtown Superior Court. Sir, at this time, I'm setting a secured appearance bond of $40,000. If you're able to post that bond, you're going to be placed on pretrial services release with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, you're not to return to the scene of the crime, no contact with any victim or witness, and you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. All right, sir. If you want to please go to...
May I ask, because I don't have 40,000, but I have my truck is like 37.
So that's the thing. So it's a secured appearance bond. You can use a bond company, and so that's what a bond company is. They can work with you. So that truck, that can be collateral, but then you have to pay part of it. You have to pay a percentage of the total bond, not the full amount. All right.
Also, I had an accident a couple of years ago, and I had a very bad concussion, and I don't know anybody's number.
So the first, you're probably going to have to call a bond company. There's a list of bond companies that are printed out back in the facility, so you can start calling. You can start by calling them.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. If you please go to your left. Sarah Wall to the podium. Ethan Mata to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Sarah Wall, 11/26/85.
Thank you. You're here today on 3 separate matters: the Superior Court new case, an out-of-county warrant, and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your out-of-county warrant first. Ma'am, I am assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be May 14th. That's at the Pinal County Superior Court. The judge down there set a $5,000 secured appearance bond. So that's your first case. On your second case, it's your new case. You've been arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are going to be May 16th and May 20th. That's here in the Maricopa County Superior Court. I'm setting a placeholder bond of $50 on that one. And then there's a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning counsel. Your next court date is going to be May 19th here in Maricopa County Superior Court. It's $500 secured appearance bond. So a total of $5,550 secured for all 3 of your cases if you're going to bond out. Ma'am, if you do end up bonding out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Ethan Mata to the podium. Christopher Sloan to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Ethan Esai Mata, 07/09/2006.
2006?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're here, excuse me. You're here on the Superior Court new case?
Yes.
You've been arrested for unlawful flight, Class 5 felony, reckless driving, Class 1 misdemeanor, excessive speeding, Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm not assigning you an attorney because I'm not finding that you're indigent at this time. So, sir, between now and your next court date, if you find yourself unable to hire an attorney, would you please ask your next judge to assign you an attorney?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Your next court dates are going to be May 16th and May 20th in the Downtown Superior Court. This time setting a secured appearance bond of $5,000. If you're able to bond out, you're going to be you're going to be placed on pretrial services supervision, alcohol tested and monitored, drug tested and monitored, and you're going to be fitted with an electronic ankle monitor. Furthermore, if you bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Fine, please step to your left for your paperwork, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I have to call another warrant, please. Christopher Sloan to the podium. Christopher McCrimmon to the chair, please. Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Christopher Sloan, 8/20/93.
Thank you. You're here today on 2 probation violation warrants. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be May 19th in the Downtown Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by a probation violation judge. It's $500 secured on each one, so total $1,000 secured. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 24 hours because you're on intensive probation.
Yes, I got a question. So it's $500 for each one, so it's $1,000 together. So if I get $1,000 together, I can bond out today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Christopher McCrimmon to the podium. Troy Love to the chair, please. Sir, name and date of birth, please.
Christopher McCrimmon, 12/26/90.
Thank you. Sir, you're here today for an out-of-county warrant. I am assigning you an attorney. This warrant was from an offense back in 2023.
Yes, sir.
Your next court date is going to be May 14th. That's up down in Pinal County Superior Court. I'm affirming the bond set by the judge down there. It's a $1,000 secured appearance bond. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're just not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You have questions, sir?
14. How much do I have to put up to get out?
It's 1,000 secured, so you can use a bond company. It's not 1,000 cash, so you can use a bond company.
For like $50 or something?
It's between 10 and 15%, depends on the bond company. That's how much you got to put up.
$1,000. So as soon as I get the bond, I can get out?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Any other questions?
It's only $1,000, you said, right?
That's what the judge down there wants. $1,000 bond.
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir. Why don't please step to your left for paperwork? Troy Love to the podium. Eustacia Wilson to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Troy Love, January 1st, 1982.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony.
I was only arrested for...
Sir, let me finish up first. Possession of narcotic drugs, class 4 felony. Possession of drug paraphernalia, class 6 felony. I found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are May 16th and May 20th in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a placeholder bond of $50. Sir, you also are here on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is May 19th in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $250. So total $300 secured for both of your cases. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're to have no contact with your co-defendant that you were arrested with. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
I have a question, sir.
Sure.
They told me that I was only being arrested for paraphernalia, and that was it. And I don't know where this drug case came from.
Sir, I wasn't there. All I have is the Form 4 that's in front of me, and that's what they submitted it for. And so that's what I'll be finding probable cause on. And so this is something you got to talk about with your defense attorney, okay, if you're going to fight the case. So again, your next court date is going to be May 16th. That's the next time you're going to probably see your counsel, all right?
So how much is my bail?
$300 secured.
$300 secured for total?
Total between both of your cases. All right, sir. Why don't you please step to your left for your paperwork? Eustacia Wilson to the podium. Keith Lynch to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Precision 1987.
Name, please.
Eustacia Wilson.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case and a probation violation warrant. Let me talk to you about your new case. You've been arrested for possession of dangerous drugs, class 4 felony, false reporting to law enforcement, class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are May 16th and May 20th in the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a placeholder bond of $50 for your new case. You also have a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be May 19th. That's at the Downtown Superior Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $500, so total $550 secured for both your cases. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your probation officer within 3 days. Well, please step to your left for your paperwork, sir. Keith Lynch to the podium. Sean Davignon to the chair, please. Keith Lynch. Sir, name and date of birth, please.
Keith Lynch, 10/15/74.
Thank you. You're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be May 19th in the downtown Superior Court. Forming the bond set by a probation violation judge. It's a $250 secured appearance bond. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most important thing, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days. Want to please step to your left for your paperwork, sir?
What now?
What? All right, want to please step to your left? You'll get your paperwork.
Bond out?
$250 to bond out, sir.
Probation violation for what?
Sir, you haven't drug tested since January 2025, and you failed to contact your PO since January 2025.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you, sir. Sean Davignon to the podium. Juan Hidalgo to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Sean Michael Davignon, 10/28/1981.
Thank you. Sir, you're here today on a probation violation warrant. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be May 19th at the downtown Superior Court.
Yes, sir.
Setting secured appearance bond at $250. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're just not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Most importantly, if you bond out, you have to contact your PO within 3 days.
Yes, sir.
All right. Once he's out. All right. He'll have your paperwork for you if you want to please step to your left. Juan Hidalgo to the podium. Trinell Lewis to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Juan Ortiz, Hidalgo.
Yeah, date of birth, please.
9/1/88.
Thank you. You're here today on a municipal court new case. You've been arrested for harassment, class 1 misdemeanor, disorderly conduct, class 1 misdemeanor, driving on a suspended license, a class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be May 20th. That's at the Surprise City Court. Setting a secured appearance bond of $100. Sir, if you're able to bond out, you're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact whatsoever with the victim or any witnesses. Not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And you may not contact or enter any Starbucks stores or their premises at this time.
Okay.
All right, sir. I want to please step to your left for paperwork. Trinell Lewis to the podium. Jaden Monroy to the chair, please. Would you please lower your mask?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Name and date of birth, please.
Trinell Lewis, 12/12/1970, Your Honor.
Thank you. You are here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for animal cruelty, a Class 5 felony, resisting arrest, a Class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are May 23rd and May 29th in the downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you, but there's some conditions to your release. You're going to be placed on supervised release at pretrial services. You're going to be alcohol tested and monitored, drug tested and monitored. You're going to have no contact with any witnesses at this time, not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and you may not contact, possess, or care for any type of animal. Ma'am, do you understand all these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to appear on May 23rd and May 29th at the downtown
Yes, sir.
Superior Court? Do you understand if you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes, sir.
Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. Ma'am, it's your responsibility to call pretrial services starting Monday during normal business hours. If you fail to call them, you'll end up back here. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Jaden Monroy to the podium. Lucero Figueroa to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
Jaden Monroy, January 16th, 2003.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court new case. You've been arrested for criminal trespass, a Class 6 felony. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are May 23rd and May 29th in the downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you. There's some conditions to your release. Sir, you're going to be on supervised release, pretrial services. You're going to be alcohol tested and monitored, drug tested and monitored. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. No contact with any victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you understand all these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to follow all these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to appear on May 23rd and May 29th at the Downtown Superior Court?
Yes, sir.
Upon defendant's promise to appear, I'll be releasing you to the supervision of pretrial services. Sir, it's your responsibility to call them during normal business hours starting tomorrow. If you fail to call them, you will end up back here. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you also understand if you fail to appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Lucero Figueroa to the podium. Ramon Lopez to the chair, please. Name and date of birth, please.
March 15, 1985.
Name, please.
Lucero Guadalupe Jacob Figueroa.
Thank you. You are here today on a municipal court new case. You've been arrested for assault, class 1 misdemeanor. I have found probable cause. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court date is going to be May 28th. That's at the Tempe City Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release. Ma'am, you can't return to the scene of the crime. That means you can't go back home. No contact with the victim or witness. You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If there's any orders of protection that are put out against you, you have to follow those orders. Most importantly, you cannot live with the victim, even if you're the owner or renter of the property. You're allowed one civil standby with local law enforcement to collect any essential belongings, and you're cautioned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a class 6 felony. Ma'am, do you understand all these conditions of release?
I was asking for interpreter.
I'm sorry?
I asked for interpreter.
You need an interpreter?
I did. I asked for it.
Okay, ma'am, please have a seat, or we'll call you again, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. You have the page 2? I'm gonna move him to the, he's not liable anyway, I'm gonna move him to the 5, okay? Ramon Lopez to the podium.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Hi, name and date of birth, please.
Ramon Lopez, Ramon Adrian Lopez, 07-18-1996.
Thank you. You're here today on a Superior Court arrest warrant. Probable cause is previously found for possession of dangerous drugs, a class 4 felony, possession of drug paraphernalia, a class 6 felony. This occurred back in December of 2024. I'm assigning you an attorney. Your next court dates are going to be May 23rd and May 29th at the Downtown Superior Court. Upon your promise to appear, I'm going to be releasing you today. There's some conditions to your release, okay? Once you're out, you're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Do you understand all these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to follow these conditions?
Yes, sir.
Do you promise to appear on May 23rd and May 29th at the Downtown Superior Court?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand if you don't appear, a warrant will issue for your arrest?
Yes, sir. Understood.
All right. Upon your promise to appear, I'll be releasing you on your own cognizance. Please make sure to show up to court, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Please step to your left for your paperwork. Jose Martinez Real. I'm going to tell him first. Jose Martinez. Jose Martinez Real. Hi, do we have the interpreter on the line?
This is Jose with Language Line ID 399171 Spanish. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The defendant is stepping up soon. Sir, could I please have your full name and date of birth?
My birthday?
Ok, señor. Díganos su nombre completo y fecha de nacimiento.
Es 9 de octubre del año 2001. Mi nombre es José Miguel Martínez Real.
So that's Jose Miguel Martinez Real.
Yes,
Date of
sir.
birth 9 of October 2001.
2000. Yeah.
Thank you. Sir, you actually have a second case, but your second case has not been added to the calendar yet.
Bueno, señor, lo que pasa es que usted tiene un segundo caso que no ha sido puesto en el calendario todavía.
I apologize, but we're going to have to move your case until the 5 a.m. calendar.
The interpreter needs a repetition. You need to move the case to when?
To the 5 a.m. calendar.
5 a.m. Bueno, señor, y lo siento mucho, pero tendremos que mover su caso al calendario de las 5 de la mañana.
Sir, once we have both cases, I will see you again at 5 a.m.
Why?
Y señor, una vez que tengamos los casos, lo volveré a ver a las 5 de la mañana, cuando ya estén los dos casos.
Oh, there's two cases, the two cases for tomorrow? Yeah?
So, sir, we'll see you at 5 a.m., please.
Sí, señor, lo volveremos a ver a las 5 de la mañana, por favor.
Lucero Figueroa.
Hello.
Ma'am, could I please have your full name and date of birth?
Marzo 15, 1985.
Y su nombre completo. Sorry, that was March 15, 1985. El nombre completo.
Lucero Guadalupe Jacobo Figueroa.
Lucero Guadalupe Jacobo Figueroa.
Thank you. You are here on a new case in the Tempe City Court.
Gracias. Usted se encuentra aquí con un caso nuevo en el Tribunal de la Ciudad de Tempe.
You've been arrested for assault, a Class 1 misdemeanor.
La han arrestado por agresión y este es un delito menor de categoría 1, clase 1.
I am assigning you an attorney, and your next court date will be May 28th at the Tempe City Court.
Voy a nombrarle un abogado y su siguiente fecha de comparecencia ante el tribunal será el 28 de mayo en el Tribunal de Tempe.
Upon your promise to appear, I will be releasing you today.
Cuando jure comparecer ante el tribunal, yo la liberaré el día de hoy.
There are some conditions to your release.
Hay condiciones para su libertad.
You cannot go back to your home, and you are to have no contact with the victim.
No regresará a casa y no podrá tener contacto con la víctima.
You're not to possess any weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
No podrá tener armas, drogas ni alcohol.
You must obey any orders of protection.
Tendrá que cumplir con todas las órdenes de protección.
Most importantly, you may not live with the victim, even if you're the owner or renter of the property.
Pero lo más importante es que no podrá visitar la vivienda, no importa que usted sea la dueña o esté alquilando la propiedad.
You're allowed to go back to your home one time with local police to collect any essential belongings.
Se le permitirá volver una vez al sitio acompañada por la policía para recuperar todas sus pertenencias personales.
And you're warned that a violation of a no victim contact order can lead to a Class 6 felony.
Se le advierte entonces que si usted no cumple con la orden de protección o la orden de no contacto con la víctima, se le podría imputar un cargo de categoría 6, que es un delito grave.
Do you understand these conditions of release?
Sí,
¿Entiende las condiciones de su liberación?
sí, sí, sí lo entiendo.
I understand.
Do you promise to follow these conditions?
No, señor.
¿Usted promete seguir las condiciones?
No, señor.
Perdón, ¿usted promete seguir las condiciones? ¿Usted promete cumplir con las condiciones o no?
Sí, señor, sí.
Okay, this is the interpreter, sir. I'm not sure if she had just not understood the English, but she said no, sir, and then she said yes.
Do you promise to appear on May 28th at the Tempe City Court?
¿Usted promete comparecer ante el tribunal el 28 de mayo en el tribunal de Tempe?
Sí, sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if you fail to appear, a warrant will be issued for you?
Entiende que si no comparece, se le habrá una orden de arresto en nombre suyo, ¿no? Con su nombre.
Entiendo.
Understood.
Upon your promise to appear, I will be releasing you today. Please step to your left for your paperwork.
Cuando prometa comparecer, yo la liberaré. Por favor, pase por su papeleo.
Lo prometo y gracias, su señoría.
Thank you, Your Honor. I promise.
This concludes the 11 p.m. calendar.
Your Honor, I have a guy on question for you.
Just to verify, should the interpreter disconnect?
Yes, we're done. Thank you very much for your help.
Have a wonderful night. Buenas.
Thank you.
Yes.
We're back on the record with Mr. Hidalgo, who was here on a municipal court new case. Sir, you had a question for me?
Yes, sir. So I was informed about the new charges, and I was told I had a warrant from Scottsdale. So I'm wondering if the $100 is for everything to get released, or
The $100 is just for this Scottsdale. They have a separate court, and so either you have to go there or they're going to transport you there if you can't get out.
okay.
Yeah.
So if I bond now, I can.
If you bond out on this, you have to go handle Scottsdale separately.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah. So this $100 is separate from Scottsdale.
And I was just wondering, is there any way that we can lower it for $50?
At this time, no, sir.
There's no way we can lower it to $50. I can bond out.
Sir, not at this time.
No, okay.
All right. Is that it?
That's it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
That concludes the 11 p.m. calendar. We are off the record.